Hello and welcome everybody to the Yeti Online weeklies. It's not regionals. It's the end of the season. This is our second to last event in February, I think, because there is like big case event this weekend. I'm here with my friend and fellow co-caster Freedom. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Freedom X15. Yes, casting from New Zealand. First time casting. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, we have two casters from the future here. So
yeah,
the
yeah.
the
I'm
banlist
currently
was recently.
casting. Yeah, I'm. Oh yeah, that's true. Before that, I'm currently casting from like 2 p.m. on a Friday afternoon.
That's quite a bit in the future. It's 2 a.m. here, so it's the 12-hour difference. It's pretty
yeah,
crazy.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
So this is
sorry,
probably
go ahead.
this is the first Yeti event with the ban list, isn't it?
Yeah. It's very
Mhm.
recent. Are you
As
excited to see how the meta is?
um, so I just had a locals like last night, and we've had the decks that don't have that. Sorry, the players at my locals weren't using the Icebound Slam or the Baby Grey Slime, and they were just having fun. They were just bringing out decks that they couldn't play because of those two cards. As a reminder, for everyone, the current ban list is that the Baby Grey Slime and the Icebound Slam are both now in Category 3.
Yeah. So,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
do
mm-hmm.
you see any innovations in like Nikos or slime decks, or did people just go back to reliable decks and not much testing?
So they did try to play the same Nico, like Silver Nico, or Ari Mill. They've just replaced Icebound Slams with, let's say, Sink into Oblivion, um, or Sink into Oblivion's not a great card, but it's the only mill option they had to try and like help set up their future turns. It's just and what mill 3, I believe, and it's a slow.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Bit different, but a bit worse.
It's different. Yeah, it's different. I feel that like Sylvie Nico can still play, but Mill Ari it will probably struggle because it was built around Icebound Slam.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is a
partly because
bit. It's
like
quite a danger.
it's partly because like Sylvie has the bovine, the Tyson bovine to help them mill, and it's an animal, so it gets those buffs from being tamer. Mm.
Yeah. It's different, but with
Mm.
we're talking about water decks. We have for our first game a very fun Water Kong Merlin mirror with a fellow local New Zealander of yours on one side with in Tiamat.
I didn't know I did not know he was playing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
yeah, this is a water Kong Merlin mirror. So we've
Would you?
got XVT from New Zealand playing on the top with his Yeti playmat. Believe he's going second, and we've got Imox in the bottom with Water Kong Merlin, and he is on the play.
Yeah. Would you like to talk about the decks? Because
So
they're not
so
exactly the same. With
these two,
you can
yeah. So
see.
XVT Matt likes to build his own. He doesn't. He likes to build his own version, just to, how he likes to play. So a lot of people that I've seen playing this deck, kind of just play straight, using Noel's version, which was primarily built around the Wind Ari and the Mill matchups. What I see from these two, I actually find it interesting that Watermelon, Noel's version anyway, does not use the Divine Relic because he couldn't find space for it. Whereas, like, I've seen people in my locals who's playing Watermelon try to fit one in for some reason. Oh, well, for their reasons. Cool.
Yeah. But let's talk a bit about the gameplay here. Seems that both players just played their spirits on round one and then on turn one and immediately passed. and Imox went into a
I
backup charger,
believe
mnemonic charm, and then passed the game. This
we got
is
the fast.
very
Yeah.
basic for water. You know, not doing much, just putting up the floating, trying to get as much influence as you can to gain
Yeah.
advantage and stop the other person from playing cards.
Got a bit like. Yeah, because both players I believe are playing with only I think Imox is playing with the fragmented spirit, whereas I believe XV Tiamat is playing with a regular spirit. So he prefers the extra draw. Yeah, he prefers the extra draw, whereas Imox has the glimpse option. But it's they're both decks. Well, if you're playing the fragmented spirit, especially when you're like Kong and Millen, you can easily get that the level 3 draw from the spirit frag token. I see here is he's got XV has a scepter out. They're both XV's using Choco Fallacy, wasn't it? Yeah, Choco's proxies.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
very
that's
gorgeous
very
arts as well.
pretty. It's just a
They will
bit
be
hard to
just
recognize.
to remind. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just to remind everyone that you can purchase her cards in Ascent Melbourne, and she has the new fragmented spirits as well. Did you see those?
Yeah, yeah, they are all gorgeous. Although technically they are not legal for play because they are not a proxy as vault card or a token. However, they
That
are
is correct.
very, very pretty. Um, so the
Mm-hmm.
very good thing in this matchup is that you
But,
can activate
but
Scepter
typically
on your
people.
main traits.
Yep. So we currently got it's Imox at the moment. He's leveled up to 1. He's immediately DGing. Hmm. Is he trying to get? Is there floating around? I don't know if I see any floating.
I believe.
I think he just wants to lock. Well, dungeon guy using a dungeon guy to go to level 2 Merlin is it's actually quite a smart play, especially in the mirror, because you want to lock out. You kind of want to like lock out the other player from taking advantage of playing any floating memory.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely limits their
Mm.
choices and ability to fill up their grave and level up for free or materialize things for free.
Mm. Well, luckily, I think Tiamat played that fast queue earlier, but he used that to materialize a scepter. Now he's also going to Kongwing level 1. And
So
you can see that Tiamat has his DJB sleeves.
and
DJB.
they're very pretty. I couldn't quite
Yeah.
catch what he banished there for the level up. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
believe
can
I
see
saw
there's
some
the
fox
glare where his
ears.
banishment is.
Yeah, but I
Hmm?
think I saw some fox ears there. Or was it the dungeon guide? That is unfortunate. That is not, unless he has an extra dungeon guide there, right? It's not what you want to see
Unless
banished.
I believe I believe he'll probably have a second one in hand. You typically wouldn't put a dungeon guide down in memory unless you know you've got a second one. Okay, he's just gonna pass with a full hand.
Yeah, yeah. It was a great play from Tiamat to get the fast gear into his memory on his first turn, technically, and then just use Scepter
Yeah.
immediately, seeing it's a water mirror.
Mm. Once he saw it's a water mirror, and then judging on the first play, once he saw it was a fragmented spirit, he immediately knew. I think he knew it was going to be a Kong Merlin mirror, so he just had to get that floating out of there as quickly as possible. He's we got Imox. He's just staying on level 2 Merlin. Just materialized his Tome of Sorcery. Hope. I think he's using this turn just to set up his board and possibly watch for any floating that can come by that Tim Matt will discard. But I think he won't be playing any floating.
Yeah, yeah. Losing
Playing another
that Nascent Blast
mnemonic
is
charm.
unfortunate for Tome of Sorcery. So seems that there's another mnemonic charm in pass. On it wasn't pass, it was a frostbind from Tiamat in response to it, forcing Imox to either let the charm go or pay 2 to keep it. And now he's passing the turn. Ooh. Seems that Tiamat either lost his only
Ooh,
dungeon
he's
guide
lost.
or is gonna dungeon guide to level 3.
See, he's gone to level 2 and he's banished 2 Crux cards. Let's see that. Oh, yep, he's just banished. He's banishing the Scepter to draw 2. One of those. One was a Crux and one was a
Freeze stiff. It's a very null specific Merlin card. It does have Merlin on it, and it's very bad in this matchup. So it's not a bad banish because it rests 2 allies and doesn't wake them up and doesn't allow them to wake up on their next wake up phase.
I think it's perfect card for the ally matchup, which is probably one of its worst matchups. It also helps you set up the Eventide Spear, which if the opponent has 2 rested units, you can activate this from the material deck. Fracturized his power cell.
Yeah, which is a bit scary putting that floating into the grave. But if Imox rests his Merlin to banish the floating, then Tiamat can, in response, rest his Merlin and banish the floating before Imox can take it out of his graveyard. So it's a funny matchup because whoever activates the Merlin first, Merlin 2 ability first, is the one that's gonna lose out on the value if there's only one floating in the graveyards.
I actually like that. It's like a funny game of chicken. It's like, is he gonna tap it first or am I gonna tap it first? But if but I think if Imox doesn't eat that floating, then then Tiamat can use it to materialize his next card.
And at that point, it's gonna be too late because once you pay the costs, it's immediately gone. So you can only respond after costs have been played. Mox seem to have gotten a Viridian Trinket and just passed the turn. Attack with Dungeon Guide, that chip damage does add up slowly.
Yeah, I've been caught out by that by deciding not not killing the Dungeon Guide because it can get you like 2 to 3 free damage if you just leave it on the board.
Yeah. Tiamat also got a lot of value off of the Scepter before he banished it to draw cards. Already having 8 damage on Imox. It's a scary spot to be in. It seems he also... I didn't quite catch if he materialized anything.
On this turn, I believe it was the Tome of Sorcery. Oh, it was okay. So this is the same turn.
Also,
Yes,
Imox hasn't passed the turn yet.
He did.
It's a bit hard to keep up with phases on webcams because everything just is it happens verbally and you can't really hear the players. But there's a very late Scepter for my Mox. Do you think it's a good idea here, or is it a bit too late at level 2? It seems that Tiamat is because it was activated in. I think it was activated normally, so it can be frostbinded. Or it seems like it was materialized and I didn't catch it quite a bit. I didn't catch it, but Tiamat responded to it with a Nascent Blast. I also didn't quite catch it, and now we're moving on to the turn. Imox attack with Dungeon Guide and pass the turn back.
I like that Imox has got he's got the CSR champions.
Yeah. Tiamat going up to Merlin level 3 from his memory. There is no floating in
Yes.
graveyard anymore.
Okay. Yeah. So he may have banished his only. That was probably his only dungeon guard before.
Seems so. It's quite
His was.
unfortunate here.
Hmm.
But he does have a lot of influence with the scepter, and he has a reservable fractal. He drew 2 from the scepter. He drew from the demonic charm and the backup charger, so he's not too worried about the influence.
No, so like Watermelon, you can afford to play slowly and just build up your influence rather than like Firemelon, which will just turbo to 3 and then build up influence from there. It's got
There it is, the best card in the game.
best,
Crows the Pendragon.
yeah, best ally in the game.
Yeah. Putting back
Yep.
the
So
Tome
he's
of Sorcery.
returned.
It's interesting that he didn't
Mm-hmm.
rest Tome in response.
Well, you didn't necessarily have anything to empower with, but no, I think by just as a habit, you should always rest and get the empower one. Doesn't matter if you don't have a spell to play.
Hmm.
Bubble
Oh, that is
Mage.
a great card. Bubble Mage
Hmm.
is a fantastic card. I think it's a card that was not utilized at all when it came out in Dawn of Ashes, and after that um it was also like sometimes used, but not as much as it could be. Seems that it targeted Merlin herself. On enter, as a class bonus. So it's a mage human. On enter, it rests target unit, and until end of turn, if that unit would take damage, it takes that much damage plus 1 instead. So it's basically a poison dagger for mages, which is quite scary. If you're IMOX here, still only on Merlin level 2. So already 13 damage counters. Only 9 away from lethal. Oh, there is the Frostbind onto the Cone of Frost. So the Cone of Frost, how it would work with Bubble Mage is that for each line, they would receive 2+1 damage. So it would be, or I believe it's 3+1? Or 2+1. It's 2+1, yes. So it would be, instead of 6 damage, it would deal 9 damage total because technically each individual instance of damage is different. So the Frostbind was very necessary here because it was exact lethal. IMOX thinking about what to play to save themselves because I believe they still cannot level up because they don't have any floating memory in graveyard. There is an Alcahest. Recollecting and thinking about what to do here. It's a very very tough spot to be in here. Because you never know when lethal can come out. Another Bubble Mage, another Cone of Frost, and it's done. Ooh, empowering 3 by banishing the Mnemonic Charm and resting the Tome of Sorcery. Playing his own Cone of Frost. This will deal 6 damage. Oh, they clear the board for Tiamat. So the Pendragon is not that much of a threat anymore, and the Bubble Mage, the 1 chip damage can add up, so it also won't really be as threatening anymore. However, like I said, another Bubble Mage and Cone of Frost can come out of nowhere. So that
Mm-hmm.
means there's 2 cards in memory for IMOX and 3 cards in hand. Tiamat looking to see how to go for lethal here. It doesn't look like either player can run away with the game here, but it absolutely can. There's the Majestic Spirit's Crest, the
He's going
return
to do the.
of the
Yeah, I'm back.
legend.
Mm-hmm. I believe if you're playing the Majestic Spirit's Crest, He's going to do the Eventide Spirit's Blessing loop. He is currently on an even level, isn't he?
Oh, there is the other bubble mage. He did already lose one Spirit's Blessing, so can be a bit scary. Oh, in response to Bubble Mage, Imox going to banish the Ghost of Pendragon. Once again, the Bubble Mage targeted Merlin, so that's why it was rested in response.
It's rested 2 units, so you can bring out the Eventide Spear.
It worked out perfectly. So every attack here will deal an additional damage still. So the Majestic Spirit's Crest is an on-attack trigger, so before any damage is dealt, Tiamat can still respond and react. He still has, because I believe Merlin is on even level counters, she will deal damage without the spear.
She still gets that +2 damage.
Yeah, and there is the Clone Frost.
So that's
and that is
Conic Frost is
game.
doing. Oh yes, that is game.
Yeah, when the players start removing dice from the memory and just collecting their cards, it's over. Would you like to talk
They
about
have
the
said that.
sideboards a bit?
So the sideboards from both. Well, in this kind of mirror, I'm not too familiar with the watermelons yet, but in this one has, let's see, with Imox, he's got Near, he's got Near, he's got Frost Shards, he's got Song of Frosts. What I think he would probably take out for this. Actually, they're very different. Both players have got different sideboards.
Yep. They're
so
bit
like
different.
Tiamat loves playing Frozen Dismissals.
Yeah.
Which is probably
Do you
handy
think...
here, so you can prevent you keep side in the 2 Frozen Dismissals to prevent the dungeon guides, to prevent possibly the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe in a mirror, Song of Frost is also very good, because if they go for Spirit's Blessing during combat, you can just Song of Frost it to banish it, and it's never going to come back.
Yeah,
You
that
think
would
Nullify Mirror is coming in?
I think Nullifying Mirror would only stop the Crux site, which they both have, yes.
Well, actually, Nullify Mirror, I'm not even sure if they play the water card that lets you recover. My mind went blank there for a second. I can't quite recall. Revitalizing Cleanse, yes.
Revitalizing Cleanse? No.
Yeah,
the mantra card. Harmonious Mantra.
Yeah. I don't know, I was thinking Revitalizing Cleanse because Mirror is just only useful against that, really. For Imox, I believe Nia's going to come in, Lantern's going to come in, Terraforming's going to come in, Song of Frost is going to come in.
What do you typically like to use if you play Nier, what do you typically like to choose? You choose a card champions. And it costs 1 more to activate.
Either champions or dungeon guide. If you look in their hand or you look at their memory and you see no dungeon guide, I would generally name... Nia's very good turn 1 play. You name their level 1 champion and you slow them down by a lot. Scepter is also a very good card, I think, to name.
Nier is very underrated.
Absolutely. Seems we're already in game here.
So was Imox chose to go first.
Went for obviously he only plays the Fragmented Spirit, but what's interesting here is I believe he activated Scepter of Lumina if he did go first normally, and didn't like materialized it normally and didn't activate it during their turn, which would have been the most cost efficient way of doing it, because then you can decide what you want to lose, right? We always talk about controlled banishment, and you know, that's what the power of being able to activate material deck cards. Seems Tiamat went for the backup charger, drawing a card into memory before recollection, and then activating the Scepter of Lumina from the Fracturize that he played also before recollection, because he kept all of his cards in hand. Didn't do much turn one. The usual draw pass turn one play.
From Tiamat?
Yeah. Both
Yeah.
players.
Both players. Yeah. Like if you're playing a water, you want as much control as possible. So you want to hold up all your all your cards. Like, I'm not that type of player. I'm a very proactive player, so I like to play everything in my hand and then possibly keep something for interaction. Another level 1 dungeon guide. Is he okay? Forcing Imox to put his whole hand.
Wow. Wow. That is very, very unfortunate there.
Frostbinds.
Was
So XVTM has
Frostbinds
double frostbinded
onto the
his dungeon
dungeon
guide.
guide. Damn.
Which is essentially, yeah, double frostbind is very much the same, almost the same as a frozen dismissal.
Did Tiamat lose another the dungeon guide again? It looked like it was either that or freeze. If it. Oh no! Oh no! It's harmonious mantra. Paying
I'm
3.
surprised. Surprised you're able to
There is
catch
the
that.
dungeon guide.
I just cannot see his banishment. Oh, there we go.
There are glimpses at times, you know, when
Yeah.
their hand hovers in a way where you catch a glimpse, and then you're like, I know that card. You know, these staples are not that hard to recognize, luckily. This time, Tiamat also has the dungeon guide to level 2. Except his
I managed to
results.
see he banished a offers dungeon guide, a Coriolis ward, and one other before the glare hits the banishment, and I can't see it anymore.
Yeah, yeah. It's takes you know. It's very speedy. Oh,
Okay. So Imox has chosen to just hard materialize as level 2.
another harmonious mantra gone. This is not a game of harmony. Very
No,
unfortunate.
Imox is now playing on the back foot here. He's low on influence. Losing his dungeon guide early pretty much hurts his game plan. So now Tiamat can now just Tiamat's currently on 4 cards as well. He's 4
For
cards.
influence, however, he does have a fractal, so he is in a bit of a more comfortable position here.
Oh, that Scepter of Lumina giving you 2 cards.
Yeah, yeah. The only issue is that later, when you're so low on influence, keeping up 5 cards in your hand to pay for scepter is very painful. Alkas is wonderful in this matchup, right? Because it basically stops your opponent from being able to do the loop with the Eventide Spear.
He's got it ready, yeah. So Algahis destroys a Regalia card that costs with a material cost of 0. I believe you have to be level 4
Yeah.
for
It's
this effect.
Merlin. It's
He is
It's
Merlin,
Merlin
yeah,
we're talking
he's
about.
Merlin.
Usually the turn you level up, you're already level 4.
Oh, he's
Ooh.
ooh.
There is
The
the fracturize onto the scepter. Not much Imox can do about that. Like he can't. He either tries to take out the floating and then give Tiamat a level counter, or leaves it there and lets Tiamat level up to level 3 next turn. Already starting on that Crux strain.
Mhm. Not being able to banish the scepter to get the 2 cards, kind of hurts. It's great that it's fine. It's okay to have it as a reservable fractal, but you really wanted those 2 cards. So you've got here Tiamat is pretty much choosing his points of opportunity very carefully.
Yeah.
Mm, getting the
Recovering there.
heal.
Yeah. Tasker is very good when you get to like play it properly and recover off of it. But it's also like if you're Merlin and you're playing a mirror, and you see the opposing Merlin also go for the like as your opposing Merlin be so close to level 3, and you play a fast gear and you get to recover off of it, you're not in a good position. Your influence is too low at that point.
No, I can
Oh, Imox.
see here that XP Tiamat, he's in full control.
Yeah, yeah. But Imox, it's a very so the way Merlin 2 is worded is that you don't have to target the card you're going to banish with her.
Mm.
So once the ability resolves, then you get to choose. So basically, Imox, by playing fast gear and having his own floating memory in his graveyard, he told Tiamat, you can either lose your own floating memory and give me a floating memory, or we both lose the floating memory and gain a level counter. So Tiamat going for the Tome of Sorcery here because he cannot
Mhm.
level up to level 3.
I can see
Replacing
that.
itself.
So Tiamat doesn't have his level counter.
I believe he does have because of the situation I mentioned earlier, where by resting Merlin, Imox either was like, you don't level up next turn, and I get the floating memory, and we both lose our floating memory but gain a level counter, and Tiamat did rest Merlin in response to gain that level counter. He's just using a see-through D6, I believe, which is a bit harder to catch on camera. Ooh, but now Imox is up on levels. Leveling up here is very big, especially with the level counter, because on recollection, Merlin 3 will gain another counter, putting her on an even amount of level counters. So Imox will be able to draw a card, and his attacks will get +2 until end of turn. Or yeah. So it is the match has become all of a sudden a lot closer than we would have expected, right? We were talking about influence, and while Imox is low currently, it's still he's slowly going to gain those counters, gain those level counters, slowly going to grow his influence and get into a very comfortable spot where he doesn't have to worry too much about Tiamat killing him out of nowhere, because he will also start pushing damage and get a lot closer to getting the Majestic Spirit, which will slow the game down a lot
Mm.
because Spell Shroud.
Mm. Being 2 levels ahead is a huge advantage in this matchup. Yeah, like you said, you can get the Majestic Spirit a lot earlier. sorry. Yes, and the
Yeah, absolutely. And then it seems that Tiamat
yeah,
also went up to level 3 with a fast gear, almost mirroring Imox there to the earlier play. Due to him already having one level counter, he's also going to an even amount. However, he has a lot more regalia to put back. So if he has a Ghost of Pain Dragon here, he could gain massive amounts of value. Can start pushing even more damage. He has a massive influence, so I'm not sure if he could play an Incarnate Majesty here because it would cost 8 currently. So most likely not. Well,
not
8 plus the Tome of Sorcery, so 7 total. There's a Ghost of Pain Dragon, everybody's favorite Crux card. Putting back the Tome of Sorcery, drawing 2 cards. Going to attack for 3 immediately. This is why the Art of War coming out in the next set of Grand Archive, Abyssal Heaven, will be wonderful because it'll slow down the immediate massive push from allies that we get.
I'm very
Oh,
excited for the Abyssal Heaven. I also, yeah, the Art of War card is going to be highly sought after.
sudden
We've just, oh,
steel.
Sudden Steel. He's just pushing damage at the moment.
Yeah. I yeah, he plays 3 in his main. Do you think he brought in another sudden steel for a whole playset in his main board?
I'd probably believe him to do that.
Yeah. Oh, the Alcahest, the Battle of the Alcahests.
And they've just both banished and destroyed each other.
Yeah. And it is very scary because Imox could start uh swinging here. Spirit. Pendragon is just as wonderful. So he can uh activate Eventide Spear because Tiamat has 2 rested units. Oh,
Oh, well, in
there it
response,
is.
he has
So
activated a Harmonious Mantra. Currently level.
I believe it is.
He's healed his full 8.
I
3,
believe he's
yes.
level 4, 5 currently. So it's to
Mhm.
cover 8 back down to 0. Damage being a little bit less scary. However, the influence
Harmonious
gain is
Mantra,
massive.
very effective card.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a very
thinking about
effective
what to do.
card for the. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's a very effective card for the, especially against like because it was designed for like the Nico matchup. You do not want you do not want damage counters. Otherwise, you get the heavy mill. You'll be heavily milled.
Yeah. It's also just a great card in general.
Yes.
Maybe like recovering. The further you are from death, is the more safer you feel generally, especially in non-mill matchups. Oh, that's very interesting. So Imox is focusing on clearing Tiamat's board, sacrificing the Eventide
Mm-hmm.
Spear to uh take care of that Pendragon on Tiamat's side, using both the Pendragon and the spear to deal 4 damage to it in total. Passing turn. Imox passing turn back to Tiamat with I believe 4 cards in memory, 2 cards in hand. Tiamat thinking, what do you think he's going to get here? Is he going to bring back the Tome of Sorcery thing? Oh,
Okay.
the Nullifying Lantern What is the nullifying lantern here to stop? Oh, the print.
It's here to stop the crux site loop. But I'm surprised that T-Matt is playing it on his own one. Because then it also means that he cannot get his own crux cards back as well.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate
Playing his
here.
own Eventide Spear.
For another Pendragon. Putting back the spear, obviously. It's a very, very interesting mirror. Because you take out one thing when you put in so many resources, and then you enable their Eventide Spear, and then you use everything to deal as much damage as you can. You enable your opponents, and it's a very back and forth matchup. Oh, Tiamat also going for the Pendragon.
I can see what Tiamat's done. He's played the nullifying lantern so that he can play his own Pendragon and then clear Imox's Pendragon so that Imox cannot crux out his own Pendragon if he loses one.
Of course, there is the third one.
Okay.
I mean, with this, with this many cards drawn, you're bound to run into a few more Pendragons here and there, but 3 is quite a bit.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had a 4. I wouldn't. Oh, okay. I would not. Okay,
That is crazy. That is pure skill. Pure skill, gentlemen.
Yeah.
This
XP
is...
Tiamat has the heart of the cards, right? Is believing in the heart of the cards.
Yeah. This is why people say Crux is fine, right? We just saw him draw 6 cards this turn. Cone of Frost, 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, after killing the Pendragon,
yes.
you could not replay the the Eventide Spear because there's only one rested unit. He did, yeah. They had to.
He's gonna have to rewind all the way back to the second. No, the second activated Pendragon.
Yeah, the second Pendragon can still draw cards because he can still return the Nullifying Lantern, and he can still draw cards off of that. However, the third one, there is nothing to return. That one with there's no regalia that he can return with it. The hard part about this is having to having to pick what cards he's not going to draw. Because I do believe that the second Pendragon was played after Imox's Pendragon was killed, but it seems that they agreed that it was not. So that the Nullifying Lantern was returned last, and then everything seems to be order. I trust that they talked about the timing correctly, and I misremember. So Tiamat played a Cone of Frost, and then Tiamat played Cone of Frost, and it was negated with a Frostbind. So Tiamat passes turn back, 1 card in hand. Imox goes for the Viridian Protective Trinket, and he's probably thinking the swaying hands are more of a signal of thinking than passing the turn right now.
See now that Tiamat has returned his Nullifying Lantern, yeah, Imox is able to use his Crux if he has it in hand.
Oh, there's a Pendragon. There's a second, or was it Crux sighted back? Did you catch which happened per chance, but I do see the Frostbite on top. So I believe it was uh it was normally played. There's the second Pendragon of the game. There's the Incarnate Majesty bringing down the Majestic Spirit, attacking into one of the Pendragons, taking it out. Now, if Tiamat still had the free stiff or the Bubble Mage, he could possibly still go for as much as it's still push for lethal here. But it also means that Imox only has 2 cards in hand now.
Cards in hand. Does not. No, I don't believe he doesn't have a title lock. So he's kind of just. I think he's probably just riding on the Majestic Spirit to defend him.
Yeah. There is no Dream Fairy in this matchup to have an easy fix for the Incarnate Majesty. So, oh, there's the Bubble Mage. Most likely resting the Majestic Spirit there.
Now, does he have enough damage to push? He can do 1. That's 20. That's 24, 25. Pendragon will only be able to do 1 damage, as the other 2 is prevented.
Yeah. If I recall correctly, Tiamat should be on even level counters. I was too focused on doing math for Tiamat, but if he has, if he can attack here with Spirit's Blessing twice, then that could be enough. If we are on even level counters.
Wonder if Tiamat actually sees that then.
Yeah, it's also possible to that Tiamat will just go to take out the Majestic Spirit here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because of the Bubble Mage, it takes an additional damage. Oh no, there is the Spirit's Blessing.
There it is. Yes, he's just making sure he can push that extra 1 pip of damage. 20,
yeah.
25.
There are 2 rested units, however, on board now, so he can activate Eventide Spear. Here's the other Spirit's Blessing. Right? Slowly chipping away. Pendragon.
Tiamat's just making sure he's not going to get any
Oh, there's
disruption.
a third Spirit's Blessing. Okay, Crux players, you know. Well,
Crux players seem
is
to have
just lucky,
everything.
you know. Yeah, just you always have that. Yep.
There's never a game where
that is
a Crux player
lethal.
does not have 2 Pendragons.
Yeah. Well, after a playset of Pendragons, you're bound to have some cards to finish the game out with, even if there is a Majestic Spirit on board. So the Majestic Spirit, because we didn't really talk about it, it is a 12 cost regalia that you can there's a main deck card that you can use it that it has efficiency and costs 1 less for each weapon and banishment. And it just says put a card named the Majestic Spirit onto the battlefield, and the Majestic Spirit is a 4/10 ally with intercept, vigor, and true sight, and it gives your champion Spell Shroud and halves all damage taken by other Crux units. So in this matchup, it's very, very important and very, very good. speaking of mirrors and Merlins, though, let's look at the champion breakdown here after our recent ban list. I see some interesting things here. Would you like to talk about it a bit, Freedom?
So we can see that Sylvie is still a very popular champion here. So we've got Sylvie, possibly Slime. Maybe someone is playing Slimes with the ban list, obviously without the Baby Gray Slimes. You can also might also be played in the Sylvie Nico deck. What I like, actually, I like this spread of champions. Hopefully, what I want to see is the Tanoris. If it's
Yeah.
if it's the Tanoris domain variant, because Tanoris just got his new card from Proxy's Vault.
Yep. It's very interesting. Very fun. It's 3 Tonorises, so
I
there are a couple people.
so it could be a Tanoris and a Nico deck. Tanoris level 1 to Nico level 2. It could also just be the Wind Allies Tanoris. Hopefully one of them is a domain. I like that. I'm seeing 8 Jins.
That is a very big surprise for me, but I think people might also be preparing for like Abyssal Heaven Fire Jin spicy deck. It's also just very fun now that there is no mill that can kill you, right? Now that we're back, well, not the mill can still very much kill you, right? Arisana Mill and Arisana Casino is still a big threat. But with no Nico and you being to be a bit more calm, no Icebound Slam. Well, Nico is still here, but Icebound Slam is not. And Icebound Slam was a very big part of the whole Nico engine. It's a bit more viable and less scary to play Nico here, Jin here.
Well,
So I
no
think people
Icebound
are more
Slam.
ripe for experimenting.
I think with the Icebound Slam ban, you can see that there's only 3 Arisanas tonight.
True.
That's
True.
true. But there
All
are
these
4 Vanitas. Do you think this is the water Vanitas, water, and then the full wind Vanitas lineage?
It's a very good question. And we can figure that out if we take a look at the Spirit spread here, which will show us our element breakdown. It's a pretty even spread, I feel like.
So we have 6 normal slimes, slime Sylvies out of the 8 out of the 8 Sylvies we saw just earlier. 6 of them are slimes. So there
Are you
are
sure?
2 Sylvie Nikos.
What if
Mm.
what if someone's playing Norm to Norse? I don't know anything. I haven't looked at deck lists. I'm just hoping that what if someone is playing like a Dawn of Ashes Domains Tenoris with the new Tenoris Proxy as Vault card, Since Sylvie's not that interesting to play anymore because no Baby Gray, but it is still a very strong deck, don't get me wrong, but no Baby Gray
I
is
think
a bit more tough.
I think playing a Norm Spirit Sonoris, that's probably more detrimental than it is beneficial, locking yourself out of a basic element.
But Dawn of Ashes is a wonderful card, especially with all of the new pieces that make make cards more expensive to play being Norm. It is still, well, for the most part, the generically usable ones are Norm and are domains or domain related. So it is not impossible, Someone
No.
could build a very don't let your opponent play cards heavy deck with Norm. They can
Well,
start brewing already.
speaking of Norm, one of the new cards from the next set that I'm excited to play is Pang Tong, I believe. The Norm Spirit, the Norm ally that has imbue 3, which you imbue 3 normal cards.
Yeah. Imbue
Mhm.
without a Norm card is very unexpected.
Because
But
it's that is the first imbue norm card that we're getting. But it's her other effect that is quite exciting. Where whenever whenever she's dealt damage from a non-norm source, prevent 2 of that damage. Just any damage, as long as it's non-normal. No, yeah, non-normal.
Nascent Blast still takes care of her.
Ah, wow.
No. But I get your point. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
pretty cool. But s- speaking of cool things coming up, cool cards, cool everything. This weekend, we Yeti Gaming is hosting a Abyssal Heaven webcam win a case event. The spaces have already filled up. However, we will be hosting a stream this weekend with myself, Garrett. I believe you, Freedom, right? You're also going to be here.
Yes, I will be. I will be casting some of the Swiss round.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
later with her top 8 with myself and Herman is your man.
Yep.
With Herman from Canada, the wonderful judge and frequent caster of Yeti locals, are gonna be here casting this win a case event. Would you like to talk a bit about the pricing, which is looking wonderful?
So we've got here starting with the entry pricing. We've got everyone is entitled to 1 event pack and 1 non-foil links. The links promo for the first 50 participants. The non what is it the capricious links promo.
Yeah,
Right? Which you could also win from raffles on the weekly webcams as well. But this one, you're guaranteed one if you're one of the first 50 to sign up. I believe it's 50 out of 60 participants, wasn't it?
64, I believe.
64 was it? Yes. Well, I wouldn't want to be one of the late 14 then. Here we've got from 5th to 8th, you get 2 SP2 boxes and 8 event packs. Right, 3rd to 4th, 1 box of aim of Mortal Ambition and 16 event packs. Is that? It's not split, is it? Each person. Yes, that's right. Yes, 3rd and 4th, but each receive 1 box and 16 event packs. If you're 2nd, you get 4 boxes of Mortal Ambition, and if you're 1st, a case of the new Abyssal Heaven set.
Yep, yep. It is looking very interesting. The all slots are filled up, as we mentioned earlier. So the participants are set. I believe they're all preparing and training for the event because the prizes are incredible. Yeti Gaming is, as always, Andy K is a wonderful event host, helping us with all of these. It'll take place online in the Yeti Gaming Discord. However, you can watch it here with us this weekend from 11 a.m. EST, I believe. Time zones are very rough when you're not
But it's rough,
in
yeah.
them.
I believe, yeah, I believe it's 2 days from now. I have to say 2 days
Yeah,
because I'm currently on a
it's this Saturday.
Saturday.
But yeah, but until then, we're going to take a break so we can save our voice for the weekend, and we will see you guys back in about 10 minutes.
Right, be right back.
Hello and welcome back to round 2 of today's Yeti Online Locals. Here we are here once again with round 2 with my fellow caster Freedom. Round 1 was a lot faster than I expected. For a water Merlin mirror, it went by very fast.
Yeah, I mean, like in the watermelon mirror, the most important factor in that matchup is just who has more influence and who can draw more crux cards.
yeah, and well, clearly Tiamat with the New Zealand luck question mark was the one that infamous New Zealand luck was the one that drew more Crux. You guys are just blessed when it comes to Merlin, right? Glenn also always draws the perfect cards, so it just happens.
Glenn high rolls so much, but like that's not to say like he isn't bad or anything.
A
He's
fantastic
insanely
player.
good, a fantastic player, and
Yes.
just an overall fantastic guy.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
nice.
He's one of my favorite
Tiamat on the other
players, I
hand,
think.
I don't know.
All right. I see the local feud. Small country, not enough place for so many good players. I
It's a
get
lot of
it.
it's a
I
lot
get
of
it.
it's just yeah, New Zealand banter, you know.
Yeah. When heading into round 2, we will see our beloved manly innovator Jimmy Lee on his Fire Jin deck going up against the sushi. I'm not so, okay. English is a very difficult language. It's the sushi bill on Spirit of Wind Tonoris. Just normal wind allies, the good old reliables. I'm not sure if it's yeah, it is. It is normal wind allies.
It is normal.
Every
Yes,
deck
it's normal.
playing Oath of the Sakura over Attune with the Winds makes it a tiny bit confusing, right? Because you can't just tell at a glance if a deck is a Sakura deck or a normal Wind Allies deck, but it is, It's Jimmy Lee's old boyfriend versus Jimmy Lee's current boyfriend. Tenoris versus Jin. The boys are back. Finally, we have a great
Well,
battle.
like
Do you want
Jimmy
to talk about?
Lee.
Yeah,
Yeah. So like Jimmy
take it away.
Lee was what used to play as Tenoris. He still wants to play the Tenoris. Like, he plays the Fire Domain variant with the OTK. You know the Assemble the Ancients finisher card. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen him play the Wind Allies. He's predominantly a Fire player.
He's just a
Yeah.
Jimmy Lee deck player. He plays
He's
his
the
own
people's
decks.
champion. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Um,
he's he's awesome.
when Tony Allies has kind of seen a resurgence ever since I believe it was Uyang in Christchurch. He brought it
Bringing
back.
it back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
New Zealand, huh? Again, but the Sushi Bills deck is quite normal. Like quite
Mm-hmm.
expected. Everything as is. There
Standard,
is.
standard Wind Allies. Mm,
Yeah, it's exactly what you'd
yeah,
expect. But Jimmy
yeah, it's
Lee's deck.
exactly what you expect. Yeah,
Yeah, Jimmy Lee's deck on the other
lots of
hand.
3 cost 2/3 allies. Jimmy Lee. I think once
The,
Jimmy Lee gets to level 3, it's going to be quite difficult for um, the Sushi Bill to kind of finish the game because he'll have to survive that OTK hit.
yeah, and the chip damage does not do much against Jimmy Lee,
Mm.
right? There's the Mint Flesh. There is just Jin level 3 having Immortal on his own.
Immortality, yeah. Well, I think Sushi Bill, his game plan, he'll have to, well, pretty much finish the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it is pretty scary, but
Mm-hmm.
it seems that the Sushi Bill is starting off, going strong with the reliable lurking assailant, keeping it awake, so it has
Mm.
stealth for the turn. Jimmy Lee with the I cannot pronounce these names. The I Ithni
Ethne,
Spirit of Fire.
Ethna, yeah, the Ethna Spirit of Fire.
Oh,
The infamous
the
Spirit of Fire
aura is
that he
already
won.
scary.
The Spirit of Fire that he won from the very first Ascent tournament in Houston.
It is
Mm-hmm.
very, very spooky.
It's
Oh,
not the
he
first place. I
just.
can't remember which place did Jimmy Lee finish.
I wish I could remember. Unfortunately,
No,
I
I
am not the
can't. Yeah,
stats person.
it was such a long time ago.
Yeah. Keeping his 8 cards in hand, probably double creative shock at the end of the Sushi
Mm,
Bill's
mm,
turn.
mm,
Sushi Bill going for the reliable backup charger, grow his influence, start putting off 2 allies a turn. As
mm,
long as he can draw a card, draw an extra card each turn, he can keep on pumping out allies. So
mm.
that is what he will go with. Um, that I think is number 3.
Oh,
When which is cool in the in the Western mythologies where DOA was set. 3 is a lucky number.
mm-hmm. Yeah, Jimmy Lee got third with his OG Fire Aggro Lorraine.
Yeah. Oh, there is the perfect play for the Sushi Bill. The ideal Wind Allies
The
turn
classic.
2. Yeah, Woodland Squirrels into an Ace in Protector, returning the
I
Woodland
love
Squirrels.
I love this SP2 version of Ace and Protector.
All supporter pack cards are wonderful with
Mm-hmm,
the
mm-hmm,
reduced
mm.
order. Oh, the good old ALC Imperial Recruit.
Mm-hmm.
Foster is not dead. It's still
As long
viable,
as
god damn it.
as long as Imperial Recruit doesn't take damage, it can foster and get +1 attack. Now, this is perfect against a Jin deck because Jin doesn't do any damage level 1 and 2. Level
Well,
1,
he
I'd say.
could.
In this case. He
Pole
could,
arms,
but I
pump
believe
the board. Jimmy Lee also does play a few.
Jimmy's game plan is to. Yeah, I think he wanted Turbo to 3 as quickly as possible, and then play all his Exia cards off there.
Yeah, but until then, he still has a clumsy here, a
Mm.
flame rune there. So it's a hasty to grow the floating memory, be in a comfortable spot. Get that
Mm,
reliable fire value, especially with the clumsies. Take damage and draw a card to replace itself is exactly
mm.
what Jimmy wants here. So let's see what he will go for.
Is he still okay?
Dodging guide. Going
Okay.
crazy with the level ups for Jin. He does have to rush here because if he takes even a 1 turn too slow, it could be over. And the moment he
Yeah,
hits
yeah.
Jin level 3, he's very comfortable with immortality.
I mean, Sushi Bill has already got 2/2/3s and an ace on the board. That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
That's 7
Although,
damage a turn that
yeah,
Jin cannot afford. Is that another
there
one?
is
It's another
2
dungeon guide.
dungeon guides. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, here's Jin level 3 doing what Jin does, surviving forever. So Rending
That
Flames
is
and an
a
Exia
Rending
card.
Flames.
All
Yeah,
the
I did see
I
there was an Exia card onto that.
Yeah, I believe one of the dungeon guides will go into the Imperial Recruit, or either both, or two, 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 or did
I'm
it's
sorry.
hard to tell
Mhm.
where they are attacking, but it's definitely.
I think one of the
I
DGs
believe at
probably
least
went to
one
the
went
Imperial Recruit.
into it.
Yeah,
Yeah, at least one went into there because it would
just to
be.
stop that Foster.
Yeah. As long as you can stop the Foster, Imperial Recruit is not scary. So
Mm, mm,
it's a pretty. 1 damage is 1 damage, but
mm.
1 damage is 1 damage, so the +1 damage is also adds up and becomes.
It adds up, and if you have to keep hitting it. If you don't, eventually gets its value with this becomes a 2/3. Two cost 2/3 is high value there. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. There's scrolls again. However, the more damage the sushi build deals here, the easier, funnily enough, the easier he will die. Once because Jimmy
He is
Lee here,
applying.
he can get out the Berserker plate, deal damage to himself reliably, and just start going crazy.
Two Asen protectors on the board. Is that a
There is the
that is the
Berserker plate.
breastplate, I believe.
Yeah. It gives +7 health or +7 life to your champion, and you also get to draw cards off of it for in return for damage. One dungeon guy going into the
recruit, and then
for,
possibly one into
yeah.
champion.
Yeah. I believe both went into recruit with a die showing 2 there.
Oh yeah.
Berserker plate, you trade 3 damage for 1 card at the beginning of each of your recollections. There was a cremation ritual onto one of the dungeon guides to grow the influence back up to 5 now. It's interesting that a sushi build didn't keep up on Asen Protector here. Of course, he wants to push damage, but a big swing from Jin is still not something to, just YOLO, especially as on a spirit, right? Because 15 damage is not that hard to deal with Jin.
I know that like Jin can't just suddenly explode on a very good turn. I think Jimmy just wanted to build just a bit more damage counters. His maximum is 35, so he can take 15, up to 15, But I think he could afford that one turn. Like because once you hit level 3, you kind of have, as for his opponent, right? You kind of have one or two turns to apply whatever pressure you can before Jimmy will the Jin will just explode and kill you.
Yeah.
Because Jin has to have the influence first, so he kind of spends his level 3, the first turn or 2 of level 3 to build up his influence. But that's also your timer.
Absolutely. As you said, like building up the influence here, just like you did with the cremation ritual.
Are we gonna see another Asen play?
Oath.
Okay.
It's Oath of the Sakura. So the sushi bill either has to deal 23 damage here to push Jimmy over a mint flesh threshold, or protect himself. It's like you have to be very, very careful with how much you overkill Jin by, because the deck can at over 30 damage, the deck gets out of hand very, very quickly.
Okay, so we've got Jimmy Lee at his 35. He has his one turn before Jin's level 3 effect wears off and he loses the game. Let's see. Interesting enough with the little squirrel. I'm excited to see the new Exia card in the next set, Annihilation.
It is looking interesting. All of the Exia cards that were revealed are all exciting, and Annihilation was revealed on this channel by our fellow hosts Andy K from Yeti, Once in Love, and Brightwing. Brightwing and Andy being the hosts of the tournament.
The thing is, because Annihilation, which can wipe a board or at least was it deal up to 7 damage, and then destroy all objects. What is it? Destroy all objects where the reserve cost is equal to the damage being dealt to Jin. However,
Yeah.
it cannot destroy a woodland squirrel. Because woodland squirrel reserve cost is 0, and you can't destroy 0.
Yeah, I believe that is an enrage from Jimmy Lee, and that is a scoop from the sushi builder because Jimmy Lee got so enrage. Do you know what enrage does for them? I believe not. Then so, enrage deals 4 unpreventable damage to your champion. And their next attack this turn gets +1 for every 4 damage counters on them. So Jimmy Lee dealt what
12.
10, 12 damage almost. Based on that, was 11 damage.
So Enrage was doing +12. Yeah, Enrage was doing +12. Shuangji was doing +4. 8? 9.
Math is hard.
He's doing +9. Well, yeah, 1 + 9, I
Yeah, for
believe.
every 5. Yeah. So it was also 10 plus 20. It was plenty of damage.
That is hard.
There from Jin. It was kind of crazy. But I believe it was only 11 damage from Enrage because he was on 47 damage. It was 1 shy of getting that to that 12 threshold. So that was a lot of damage, all in 1 turn, coming out of nowhere. You were talking about how it takes a bit for Jin and Jimmy in particular here to build up, but I feel like that went pretty fast. He leveled up, had 1 turn where he just played the cremation ritual and kept the recruit from fostering, and then next turn, just won the game. It's very scary. We're trying to talk about sideboards a bit.
So what do we got here? So in Sushi Bills, he's got what I see from Sushi Bill's sideboard. I don't think there's actually anything here that's specifically for the Jin matchup. Because he's got Eye of Arga, he's got Poison Coating, Safeguard, Viridian, Deflecting Edge, and Favorable Winds. Deflecting Edge, he only has 1 of these. Oh, he's got 3 in the main and 1 on the side, but it's not enough. It's not enough damage prevention. So I don't think he has a sideboard that's specifically for for the Jin matchup.
I think I do agree with you that unfortunately the all a bit a few cards shy or a few things shy of protecting him, except for Safeguard Amulet. Safeguard Amulet can be very good against Relentless Outburst, because Relentless Outburst deals the 1 damage individually. So each 1 instance of damage is a different instance. So it just makes Relentless Outburst absolutely useless. However, the way the card is worded, the way Relentless Outburst is worded, it's not immediately obvious. So I do wonder if the Sushi Bill will remember that and remember to bring Safeguard Amulet in.
I think that's the only. Yeah, I think that's the only card he can bring in. Jimmy Lee, on the other hand, in his sideboard, he could side in Hemorrhaging Wrens if he wants to get some cleave in there.
Yeah.
He
can bring in the Incapacitates.
He can use Incapacitates for the Oath of the Sakura. He's got Under Fire to get some stealth in there and deal some damage to himself. He's got Hemorrhaging Wren for the cleave. Lots of answers for to Wind Allies.
Yeah, he's got plenty of things. Do you think Crimson Prescience would be a useful card in this matchup?
That is the
It's a
defensive
choose a
card,
card
isn't
name.
it?
Yeah, choose
Yeah.
a card name. Until end of turn, if damage would be dealt to your champion by a source with that name, prevented damage. If there's a situation like previously with 4 asins or 3 asins, 2 or 3 asins, it could be enough. It would be, pretty good. But
Normally,
Sushi Bill
normally
once
Crimson
again
Prescience. Oh,
with a
once again.
wonderful start here. I
Mm.
apologize for cutting you off. I just was marveling at the start with Gildas. Brian's Gildas is a good Gildas. Useful
I think
Gildas.
if you can get balanced, if you can get Gildas balanced and attack for maybe twice, that's value there. 8 damage. Doesn't matter if Gildas. You want like current Wind Allies decks, they don't have to defend Gildas so much. Like if Gildas can get balanced once or twice and dies, I mean it's dealt 4 to 8 damage. That's value.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, the Crimson Prescience, I believe, would may help in this matchup. That's a card that was generally designed for like one of those kind of like a fireball
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
card. But
yeah.
if you've got multiple different allies, it's kind of hard to you can only prevent one of those.
Yeah. Oh, their allies can also add up and be scary. Ooh,
Mm, mm,
I
mm, mm.
then I believe Jimmy Lee on his first turn went for the Flame Rune Swordsman cremation ritualed it immediately for the value. Ooh, the Sushi Bill immediately going for the raccoon to banish both fire
Wants
cards,
to get rid of
even
it.
if it's mostly going
Mm.
after the Flame Rune Swordsman to get the floating out of there. He's sacrificing the balance of the Gildas for the advantage of the fire cards and the floating memory in graveyard, because he did see that Jimmy
Mm,
Lee
mm, mm.
plays Rending Flames, so the
Yeah,
fire
yeah.
cards are relevant to him.
Getting rid of 2 fire cards and a floating memory is very effective. Yeah, pretty much rending flames. Less effective.
Yeah, yeah. Uh,
What's that now? That is a unrelenting warden.
I do believe so. It is. It
Yep.
has class bonus taunt. It's a guardian ally, so it works perfectly with Tony. And if Tony were to go to level 2, it does gain vigor, so you can
Now
attack with it comfortably.
you've just seen Jimmy Lee go to level 1, and he's just banished his dungeon guide from memory.
It's Jimmy Lee. He has more. He always has it. He's like Glenn.
Are we gonna see another double? Are we gonna see another
There,
double
I
DG?
see. Yeah, it's 3 in memory. That is perfectly 1 dungeon guide's worth of cards. I guess he's thinking, right? You have to
Yeah.
be here. You have to decide whether you want to go for the fast level 2 or the level 3, and it's a tough decision to make, because both getting to level 3 is very important for Jimmy Lee. All of Jimmy Lee's decks, right? He's a very advanced element heavy player. There's the dungeon guide.
Oh.
But especially in the Jin deck in this matchup, you have to get to level 3, right?
I believe
Going
it's
to level
2
2.
XE cards banished. Yep.
A bit unfortunate, but so the sacrifice he was willing to make. Oh, look at that! It's a pole arm, I believe.
That was the Savage Swing, I believe. Yes, that was the Savage
And it is a
Swing.
pole arm, so
It is a pole arm.
that does trigger Jin. which was it is Jin level 1. Jin Fate Defiant has an inherited effect that whenever he attacks with a polearm weapon or polearm attack, target horse or human, which Dungeon Guide is a human, gets +1 attack until end of turn. So
Yep.
he swung for 2 with Savage Swing to take out I believe a tier 2 attack Gildas because Jin level 2 also gets an attack bonus. And then went for the raccoon with the Dungeon Guide. So cleared the board pretty effectively here. And Jin woke up because on top of getting an attack bonus, he
Yeah.
also wakes up on attack. The board is immediately back up on Sushi Bill's side. Back with
Sushi Bell's
another
not
unrelenting
letting
warden.
up. he's
Yeah.
he's trying to put on as much pressure as possible, and
Yeah.
Jimmy's just trying to clear the board as well, but while also figuring out how he's going to get to 3 because he lost the earlier DG. He was prepared. I think he was prepared to double DG.
Yeah, he was dedicated and there already. But this time the Sushi Bill has a Shimmer Cloak Assassin who has stealth. So Jimmy cannot go for another sneaky polearm swing like he did in the previous turn. However, the Savage Swing did get floating memory into Jimmy's graveyard. So he has the option to level up here, which he is going to do using 1 floating and 2 cards from his memory.
Yep.
Just basically a Dungeon Guide, right? Just in your materialization. Oh, losing another extra card. I believe that was a Mend Flesh. Which is not too rough to lose right now, because he's still only on 10 damage. That is not even close to your average Jin numbers. Swinging for 1 with the Dungeon Guide. Slowly chipping away. Oh, never mind. He always has
So
to.
there was a main flesh. Yep.
Yeah, there's a Menfish recovering for 8.
Yeah.
Going back down to 2 damage counters. Menfish is such a cool card. The art itself, of course, but the recover 8 as Jin is a very, very cool concept because it goes against the game plan, so you don't really want to play it.
Well, it lets
But
you
you do need to play it.
it lets you kind of like dance with
Yeah.
like death there a little bit, you know. you can trigger that +35 and then go back down, and then it means that you have another turn of immortality even if they try to trigger it again.
Yeah. It's a very delicate balancing act. Oh, Sushi Bill going back immediately.
He's not
Start
giving up.
swinging. Yeah, I mean, that's the best you can do in an allies deck like this. You just
exactly.
always rebuild the board.
There's nothing you can do. Well, like the best answer you can have for against Jin is if you're holding like a Zephyr. You need to hold one of those for the polearm, the Shuangji polearm. Or if you have 2, you can Zephyr both Shuangji and the Berserker breastplate.
Yeah,
Just
because
nullifying
Jin
that
will
one OTK
die
hit, and
before.
then Jin will die.
Yeah, because the death happens before anything else can go on the stack. So Zephyr, the suppression trigger, by the time it goes on the stack, Jin dies because the things, how things work is that there's state-based checks and everything. But point is, you being dead is a state that you cannot escape from, no matter how many triggers you want to have come up. It is what it is. You have to deal with
Kind
it.
of just reminds me of the quote: "People die when they're killed."
Jin dies when he's dead. I can't quite make out what card that is. Can you tell? It's the Jimmy Lee angle.
I think
It
that's
looks
the
like a
new clumsy.
promo version of the clumsy. It's the
No, I think it's the
old.
immortal,
I believe it's the
the
old
Christmas one.
promo version because it has a little hat and it has black arms because of a coat it's wearing, and
The Christmas
the
one.
text box is a bit smaller.
Mm,
Yeah,
mm,
it's
mm,
an
mm,
old
mm.
Christmas promo from before Dawn of Ashes Altar came out. It's a very OG promo, you know. Uh, Sushi Bill in the meantime got a tariff ring, slowly realizing Jimmy Lee's game plan is to attack, not realizing that Relentless Outburst is still an option and is a threat. Unless he's less afraid of that right now and is just slowly building up his defensive options. That is also perfectly valid because he's in no rush. Right now, Jimmy is actually only on 17, so he would need at least another turn
Mm,
to
mm.
get to a spot where he can just kill the Sushi Bill out of nowhere. Although, 12 damage is not that hard to deal in a Jin
I think
deck.
I think he has time because I believe Jimmy's only at 3 influence.
Yeah,
1,
yeah,
2, 3.
he's quite
Yes.
low. However, he
Yeah.
will draw 2 cards next turn. Because he does have the Berserker plate already.
Yeah.
And draw
Yeah.
that one from that, draw one for turn.
Mhm.
So that would be 2, at least.
He does have Chalice of Blood in his material deck. He's currently at
And
he's at 21 now.
it's very easy for
21.
him to get his influence back up. I don't think
Mm,
that's a worry for him at all, honestly.
mm. Okay. You got Sushi Bill is just doing as much damage as possible. He's past his 28. He's got it to 35.
It's going,
He's at 34.
yeah, I believe. Oh, and the
Mm-hmm.
earlier, this is one of the few decks where the power cell and a few non-water decks is wind allies or like wind automatons, where you
Mm.
can actually use a power cell for its ability and give an attack bonus to an automaton ally. And Shimmer Cloak just so happens to be one of those. So she is swinging for a massive. She was swinging for 4, I believe, or 5, because I believe 5 because the power cell gives +3, not +2.
It's plus
So we're in.
plus 3 or plus 2, but yeah.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah,
So it's
I
2. So it's 2 plus 1
massive.
from Oath, and then plus 2
Yeah,
from the power cell.
yeah.
So that's
It's
5.
does a
Mhm.
massive attack from a Shimmer Clone. Jimmy is not too faced by that, so he can go for Chalice of
That's fine.
Blood to
But I
increase his
believe
influence by a lot.
Sushi Bill has triggered his tariff ring.
Yeah, he banished it in Jimmy's
Mhm.
recollection. So all right, I yeah, this is so technically he sequenced it incorrectly because he can only banish that in
Mm.
materialization in recollection, and Jimmy
Mm.
still hasn't materialized his card for turn. So he was
We
very
can see.
hasty with it. I believe he
I think.
got Shuang Ji
Hmm.
because he
Yeah, I think
takes
he
5 damage,
did.
draw a card.
Yeah, he did banish the tariff early, but the intent is there. He's intending to do
Oh,
it.
it's not like I the literally cannot banish the tariff ring not in recollection,
Mm.
and banishing the tariff ring early also gives information to your opponent on what your intent is,
Mm.
and their materialization can change based on what you decide to do, right? And you can also decide whether you want to use the tariff ring or not if they materialize something that that you don't feel threatened by as an attack. But there's Jimmy Lee's Enrage. He forgot to wake up his allies. There's the Enrage, and he pays 2 for the attack through Terrafring because he drew 3 cards this turn. Obviously, he went down 1 influence for the Shuangji, but then he went right back up, taking 5 damage. I think it's once again. It was 21 damage because because it was 1 less damage. Shuangji divides everything by 5, and 47 is not divisible. And Enrage divides everything by 4.
Visible by
47 is also not
4.
like perfect
Yeah.
roundly divisible. Obviously, everything is divisible by numbers, but we're talking about round numbers here. We're playing card games. We
The
don't.
thing is, like, I feel like
Dividing by 4 is already hard enough. We don't do fractions.
like if you play enough Jin, by the time if you play enough Jin, you'll be able to divide by 4 and 5.
And 3.
You'll get those
You know?
three
Multiplication,
from
vision. Uh, you know what? I can't recall. There is. The point is division and multiplication. If you're a math nerd, this is your deck. Jin is just probably what you want to play. Jimmy was, as always, with his very fun and enjoyable to watch and enjoyable to play decks. I'm not sure if you've played his domains Tony deck before, but it is a real treat to play, or it was. I haven't played it in quite a while, but it's a treat to play. I believe the Jin deck also looks very fun.
I believe like he likes to play those kind of like OTK kind of finished decks.
Yeah.
We all love to see it when it happens.
That is a Jimmy.
As we see with this assemble the ancients into make them into swords and then do that one hit kill. Jin, which is pretty much that, like your large damage counters as possible. Swing with the Shuangji and with all the enrage, and then with the enrage, and then do pretty much millions of damage if you wanted to. But you've also got the option of relentless outburst if you can't get that combo the Shuangji out.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Definitely
the one weakness
out of nowhere.
Yeah. The one weakness with currently where Jin is now is all you have to do is just either Song of Frostum or Zephyr the Shuangji away or something like that, and then he's kind of just nullified. That's where one of the new Ixia cards in the next set stops that. The one that gives
I'm all ears.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's the one that gives Omni Shroud, which was also, I believe, spoiled by Serene Balance Productions. Omni Shroud, which was target item gains Omni Shroud, which is like cannot be affected. Target weapon, was it? Target weapon, I believe. Target weapon cannot be affected by spells and ability by anything. Yeah.
Omni Shroud is Omni means everything.
Omni,
so it is
everything. Yeah.
It is everything. Yeah, it cannot be targeted by any single thing. Means you or your opponent can't target it either. There it is. A wonderful producer put up other side.
Blood Shroud,
put up the card here.
Blood Shroud
us.
Temper. Target weapon gains Omni Shroud until end of turn. So, and you can also put two durability counters on there, but you want the Omni Shroud. Now, this is going to be really good for Jin, especially now you can just swing with Shuangji. Although, when does Diana get this? She needs an Omni Shroud too.
We just get Exia Ranger, you know, it's the same thing. Just as great, just as wonderful. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this. However, it is 4 a.m. for me. So this is the last round I was here joining you for. I believe you're going to stay for 2 more.
Yes.
After for those 2 rounds, our wonderful friend Valkyrie is going to join you. Thank you everybody for watching. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Like this stream. If you want to join more events or like you want to appear on stream, go join the Yeti Gaming Discord. It is also down below. There are events every Thursday. There are bigger events occasionally. There are multiple online regionals a season. So if you don't have one near you, this is a wonderful opportunity to play. Thank you, Mitch from Merlin's Marketplace, for the wonderful graphics as always, and thank you, Andy from Yeti Gaming for organizing the events, and Brightwing for being our trio today. That was it all from me. See you guys on Saturday. Don't forget to join. And Freedom will join you soon again. See you guys in a
We're
bit.
gonna go. We're just gonna go. Yep, sure.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are going to be heading into round 3 here shortly, just waiting for our players to wrap up the round 2 and get those pairings out. I am Valkyrie, and I'm joined with Freedom for this round. How are you doing today? You've been enjoying these last 2 rounds?
Oh, I've thoroughly been enjoying it. You know, first time casting. It's a very daunting experience. Um, the two matches. Did you have a chance to see any of the matches?
Unfortunately, I didn't get to see both of the matches. I did catch a glimpse of match 1 going on in bits and pieces there, but from what I saw and heard, it sounded like it was a good time.
Hmm. So we got to experience round one was the watermelon mirror. It was a game of influence and who had more crux cards, basically. Round two we had the famous Jimmy Lee uh, against Sushi Bill. Well, Jimmy Lee on Fire Ixia Jin, Sushi Bill on Win Tony Allies. Both both games finished in the same fashion. Jimmy's OTK.
Gotcha, perfect. Sounds like a very intense matchup there, and I think it was reported as a 2-0 for Jimmy Lee. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes. As
Awesome,
well.
perfect
Mm-hmm.
here. And I hope everyone who has been watching has been enjoying the commentating and the gameplay itself. And as just a little reminder, as we come out of this break and going into round 3, if you really do enjoy this production, make sure you subscribe on YouTube so you could catch events happening weekly. There's the Thursday Yeti stream, and actually this Saturday there's going to be a Win a Case hosted by Yeti and Serene Productions. We'll be go ahead and streaming that as well, so you could see some of the top players fight out for a case of set coming out. And we have the graphic here on stream, so you could go ahead and check that out here. First place, a case of Haven, which is amazing. And then prizing doesn't stop there. We have second getting 4 boxes of A and B, third and fourth receiving some more prizing, all the way down to 8th place. And it looks like the first 50 people who signed up as well got a nice Lynx promo. I know a lot of people really hyped over the Ordinary Bear, and now we got that Lynx going around. Have you had the privilege of seeing that Lynx promo yourself?
Not in person, but I have seen the card, and like I do want a playset of those. I don't play enough webcams weeklies to get one of them, but someone will hopefully sell it, and I'll get one.
Perfect. And so yeah, we just wanted super excited to see this happening. It's going to be a pretty cutthroat competition. This is going to be one of the first major events with that new ban list that was introduced on Monday. We now
Mm-hmm.
have Baby Gray Slime and Icebound Slam completely gone. So even tonight, we're seeing some different decks, different strategies. It's not all the same stuff. We see water being the lowest represented basic element out of the 3 as well, which really caught me by surprise when I saw the statistics for that, because you usually have been used to just the Icebound Slam water decks really maintaining that advantage, but we're back to fire being the number one represented elements. And just looking at this graph here, like, do you think it's because of the bannings that occurred, or do you think people are slowly starting to prepare more for HVN as we see these powerful fire cards being spoiled?
It could be. So yeah, I would say one reason is because of the ban. It losing Icebound Slam kind of just neuters wind just water Ari Mill, and then also yeah losing Baby Gray Slime heavily impacts slimes. I personally think it's because we're so close to the next set. People are probably just playing decks that they love to play, but they couldn't play because Icebound Slam and slimes were so prevalent.
Gotcha. Yeah, perfect there. A really good explanation reasoning is now since the Icebound Slam Menace is gone, people are actually able to
Mm.
play decks they enjoy, which I'm super excited about as well as we're getting into the 2 decks that we are going to be seeing on stream, because these are probably 2 decks that suffered a lot, or one of them in particular suffered a lot due to Icebound Slam being as popular as it was. And I don't really want to mention the deck quite yet as we're still getting players situated into their seats. But another thing to touch on here is just the champion representation. We see a huge diversity of something you don't normally C, and that is Jin being the second most popular represented champion in this event. Of course, Sylvie bringing in your number one spot, but there's a lot of variations of Sylvie now as well. When you see this Sylvie icon, it's not just slimes. You look back at like past events, Chicago, things like that. You saw Sylvie and you're just like, oh no, this is slimes. But we have water Sylvie, we have slime Sylvie, and I think there's a couple of variations. Perhaps a wind Sylvie. Not 100% on that one, but everyone's sort of experimenting, trying new things out, and I'm really happy that this ban list has really created a environment where people are able to test more things, and especially as we go ahead and get into HVN. But just as we're speaking of that, we are in our live stream game here with Fire Diana into a Water Vanitas. Now, Freedom, go ahead and break this down for me between these two decks. Who do you think has the upper hand?
So we've got Fire Umbra Diana here, which has incredible burst if they can get to that double DG, and then Lineage Release get the Shadow's Twin, and pretty much guys, and pretty much like neuter their do cause damage while they while the opponent tries to draw. Was it Watermill Vanitas? Now, I've not seen a lot of games from this deck, but I do know that it still operates like the classic Watermill Arasana. I believe the Icebound Slam was kind of centric to this deck, but I'm not entirely familiar with what Vanitas would like to do. I think they want to materialize the Scepter of Lumina, and then get that 12 damage, because this Stevo does run Vanitas level 3. Yep. Yeah, he does. So, turn 1 get the turn 2 get the Scepter of Lumina, and then hopefully get as much of the 4 damage from each level up to the next champion. Now Stevo has started with the Polar of Death Polar what is that? Yes, that's one.
Fractal
Polar Depths. Yeah, that's the one. Fractal Polar Depths was the word I was looking for. Then moved on to Semper Noctis. Well, playing a Hasty Messenger. Yeah. What? I was going to say, yeah, Semperognis. Playing the Clumsy Apprentice, not Hasty Messenger. Semper? Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to call it Semper, because I seem to have some difficulties pronouncing the name. Here, I did just miss the Cerulean Decree. Yeah. So he drew 1 to memory and probably negated damage. No, he didn't. He took the 1.
And one thing to mention about these two decks in particular, especially this Water Vanitas that you touched on, is this is very similar to the Water Ari deck that has went around and actually won Ascent Santa Clara. As you run sort of that same strategy, you are minus the Icebounds, but hopefully the level 3 Vanitas makes up for that damage that you are missing out on due to that. It's sort of you Tidestone Bovine to go ahead and fill that graveyard with some cards from the top of your deck. Fractal Polar Depths takes advantage of that Cleric class bonus, and you do gain access to Wind just in case. I do know there is some sort of spicy tech with Scatter Essence in the sideboards of some of these decks to really take out those mirror matches, really good against opposing Fractal Polar Depths or Fractals of Rain. But looking over here on the Fire Diana side of things, we've seen a backup charger, we've seen a cremation ritual on a stalwart, nothing but value currently going on, and that's what Fire Diana really wants to do, is turbo into that level 3. They want to lock you out of the game as fast as possible with that taser shot, or with a big hit with the Shadow's Twin, which gives you double curses, and it really hurts decks like Stevo's, who want to draw multiple cards in a turn, because drawing cards equals more value, which means more cards in the graveyard to go ahead and mill. Now, as sort of the game stabilizing here, we do have Stevo going to level 1. What are going to be some things he's going to be looking for to help stabilize against this onslaught from Diana?
Now, yes. Now we've just seen the last turn. He's just activated the torrential blast, hopefully to get rid of the hasty messenger and stop the draw power. That so he's not drawing any. He's not discarding any more floating memory. Here he's immediately played a stratagem of myriad ice, and he's in response sacrificed the two fractal polar depths, which means he will be milling quite a lot of cards, targeting himself. So he just wants to get that quick finish, because Diana here, I believe, doesn't have a response here. He has found. He's still milling, yes. So we'll see how many he finds.
An important thing to note is we are on Diana level 1 here, so that's 19 effective damage counters that can be placed on this champion. And I believe we have a mill for close to around 30. I didn't get the quite initial count on the graveyard, but here we see the floating memory. This is 3 damage per card. And as you mentioned, Fire Diana really has no resources to prevent this amount of damage coming straight towards you.
So we've got here Stevo, he's snatched, pretty much just gotten game 1. He milled roughly over 10 floating memory. So Fire Diana here just had no answer. Don't believe they don't have any spell shroud or anything here to prevent that. Well, Stevo here just opened really well with 2 fractals or polar depths, so he pretty much set up that line, the kill line. So here both players are siding cards. What do you believe? Yeah, sorry, yeah. What do you believe that the sideboard here can do for this matchup?
Yeah, so let's take a look at Semp's sideboard here together. We see a couple of weapons in Seeker's Rifle and Blast Shot Pump. You really want to bring in that Seeker's Rifle against a water deck, especially because you know this fracturizes. We also see that Viridian Protective Trinket. That is definitely coming in against this style of deck. The Cremation Ritual that got Serene decreed was very unfortunate. I think the biggest thing, though, was the double Fractal Polar Depths into the Stratagem. And then we do see an Under Fire and Resolute Stands not going to be very beneficial in this matchup particularly. So I'm thinking it's just going to be material deck swapping for Semp. Over on Stevo's side, what do you think is going to be beneficial for their Stevo to bring in?
Probably from his end, he's probably gonna. I do see he's got 2 Song of Frosts, so you can side those in to stop the level 3 Diana shot, so he's not hit by Taser Shot. Hopefully there. He's got the Frozen Dismissal to prevent hopefully double dungeon guides from happening. So I would say he probably side in those 4 cards. Dream Fury is interesting. He's not really. Wouldn't be used in this matchup specifically, but it is an interesting sideboard option because he is water and he's also wind Vanitas, so he's got access to both elements. And Aqua Stallion is the one where if there are enough water cards, it gets +3 attack. But I would probably most likely see the Song of Frost or the Frozen Dismissals.
I do like those sideboard choices. Really beneficial in that matchup. Everything else seems to be somewhat mediocre. I could see an argument as well for revitalizing cleanses, but if game 1 is any telling, Stevo's going to try and push for a very fast win. You want to try and beat Diana before she gets to that level 3 breakpoint. Once she starts stacking those curses on you, it's really difficult to come back. And if a revitalizing cleanse then equals 6 unpreventable damage, it's really hard to say that's worth activating on Stevo's end.
Yeah.
And so we're jumping into the second game already.
Yep.
Semp has elected to go first. And what do you think is a strong turn 1 play for Semp on this Fire Diana list?
I would probably think the standard, he's got increasing danger. You start with increasing danger. You could also play an ally and then play a Cremation Ritual, or not Haste. He's going first. It's got the so he's playing the Clumsy Apprentice. Now I just want to note here, right? Am I looking at Uther sleeves from Stevo?
Yes, I do believe those are Uther sleeves, a very popular Luxem ally, and by popular, one of the few unique Luxem allies that we do have here.
Unfortunately, one that's never played.
So Semp opened a Clumsy Apprentice and an Increasing Danger turn 1. Increasing Danger is a very interesting card, in my opinion, in this matchup, because it does give Stevo that additional card. They cannot recollect it immediately on their first turn due to going second, but that's still an additional card you're given this Vanitas deck. And you've seen what they can do with a high influence. Stratagem is 6 to activate, so the faster they are able to hit that breakpoint, the easier it is for them to just go ahead and take over the game. So personally, I would not have played that just to give that extra influence. However, Semp does want to just get to level 3 as fast as possible, so maybe they do have a double dungeon guideline in hand, and this is what we're going to be seeing on their second turn. We do see level 1.
Now, from Stevo, he's imbued to he's imbued to water cards. We've seen one of them was a Fractal Polar Depths to activate a Fractal of Rain. Now he's also played a Fractal of Polar Depths, so we know that he's got two. He's got one in memory and one on the board. He's set up pretty much heavy on the Fantasia side of the board here, and then just past turn. Here we've seen Simba has now leveled up to level 1. Banishing, I believe it's one of the new SP2 cards. One of the Ranger cards.
Incendiary Shot.
Yes, I believe that's the one. Yes, thank you. But he's activated a Library Witch and immediately cremated it to draw 3 actually. Sorry, a Library Witch is also on death draw a card, so he's drawing 2 from the cremation ritual and then 1 from the Library Witch.
And so we do see part of the cost of Cremation Ritual itself is to go ahead and sacrifice an ally. So you do get the immediate draw from the Library Witch, but Stevo did have a Frostbind in hand, and unfortunately Semp put a majority of cards down, and I don't believe elected to... or they did. I can't see the influence count currently on hand. They do have 2 cards in hand, which means that they might have been able to pay with the Library Witch card draw and then draw the 2 additional from that Cremation Ritual. But we already see 2 water cards in the graveyard for Stevo here. That Fractal is sitting on the board, and then now we have an Awakened Deacon who gains Intercept due to having 2 Fantasias, which is a really strong keyword against a Diana deck, as they really don't have a way around this unless they're running that Blast Pump Shotgun that we were referring to in that sideboard earlier, or have enough to have a removal in addition to their all-out swing.
Yes. Now we've got Stevo who's put down 2 Fractal Polar Depths. Simba, however, has chosen to level up to level 2. I've just seen, having a look at his main board, his material deck, he does not have a Nullifying Lantern, so he's he's open to those to the Stratagem Myriad Ice and the Fractal Polar Depths Mill win con from Stevo. Now he's level 2 from Diana, banishing one of the carders, and I didn't catch what the other card was.
From this position here, what are you thinking Semp is going to be looking for?
Now, if he's level 2, he wants to play a Dungeon Guide. I'm not sure if he's got one in hand, otherwise, because Stevo's probably looking for that. I believe Stevo's got the influence for some interaction. I don't think Simpa has a Dungeon Guide, or if he does, he's just trying to play it safe, because he might be watching out for Frozen Dismissals as well. he's just sticking with the safer option of playing Hasty Messenger and then attacking and then just discard one and draw a card. And he's proceeded to pass.
So we've seen this board position before for Stevo. 2 polar fractal depths on the field. If we see a level up to Vanitas 1, it's going to be a clear indicator that Stevo might be looking for a lethal push or something similar, as it is a scary, scary spot to be. Semp has 1 card left in hand, no defensive options on the board in Regalia or allies, and so we're just going to see here what Stevo's going to be doing at the end of the turn. And we see that Primordial Ritual going to be filling up that graveyard with more water cards. I believe that is now 6 in there. And are we going to be using that floating memory to go into Vanitas 1 and looking for a stratagem line?
So far we've seen at least 3 floating memory in the graveyard, but as you see, he's got 6 water cards. He might be leveling up using that 1 floating to level 1. So he has the Vanitas Obliviate Schema. Right, on enter, if there's another win card, he can glimpse in his lineage. He can glimpse 4, but he's water, so he does not get that effect. But I believe he just wants to be cleric because the Fractal Polar Depths requires a cleric class bonus. Wow.
Ooh, and here we see a Rhymesoul Bishop coming in, so we don't have the stratagem in hand immediately, which must be very relieving for Semp to not just see that slammed onto the table. So Rhymesoul on enter, gonna go ahead and banish Floating Memory and draw a card, just like a Frostborn Paladin, but does not get a buff counter. Instead, it trades that off for Floating Memory. And speaking of which, we have that Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah, he doesn't have the stratagem, so he's going to just play some allies, get some draw, kind of cycle cards in to hopefully to find that stratagem. Rhymesoul Bishop is a interesting choice, is a very fantastic choice. It's like an alternative over Tidestone Bovine. You can have one or the other. Frostborn Paladin is just always an amazing card. Oh, he's immediately using Primordial Ritual to get rid of the Rhymesoul Bishop, but he's milled 2 refracting missiles, 2 more floating. Well, it's 3 now with the Primordial Ritual, but he's still looking for that stratagem.
And it's actually even more value because Rhymesoul Bishop is class bonus for Cleric Floating Memory, so that's a total of 4 floating memory for that 1 Primordial Ritual, which is so good value-wise for Stevo here.
Well, the new card from Abyssal Heaven, the Censor, cannot come soon enough. It would just completely nullify this plan. I believe he's materialized the Viridian Trinket, just so Stevo just won't be able to interact with what Simple would like to do. I believe, but although I think Stevo doesn't have any cards in hand, or are those in memory, I cannot tell. But he's going to safely just Dungeon Guide to 3. But he does have the Frostborn Paladin awake, so he can block an attack.
We do see that Diana level 3 is here, and we have that 1 card left in memory, and hoping that is going to be grabbing the Shadow's Twin with the lineage release of Diana 1. The Taser Shot is the ammo of choice sitting on the board. Unfortunately, I think Stevo is only going to be going to level 1 here, so that Taser Lock isn't going to be quite happening. However, we're just happy to be here with that ammo to get value from the Shadow's Twin. There's no sign of a Fracturize, so it's very safe on this swing. And you were really right to call out that Viridian Protector Trinket being materialized, just in case there was any possibility of shenanigans going on Stevo's end.
So he's loaded the Taser Shot, getting the +2 damage from the for the Twin Shadows effect, Shadows Twins effect. He's attacked and he's just gotten rid of that Frostborn Paladin. Just get any intercepts off the board so that he can attempt. The Semper can try and just attack again next turn. But like you said, he's probably not. Stevo's probably not going to go to level 2. Doesn't need to level up at all. He's got the cleric class, and he's just going to. Oh wait, maybe he is. He does actually go to level 2. He's not under the effect of Taser Shot, so he can safely go to level 2.
Yeah, very surprising to see that Vanitas level 2 on enter the field here on Steve's side. I was actually really curious about the Diana attack as well. If you're sitting in Semp's position, do you attack into the Frostborn Paladin, declaring that as your target, or do you try and sneak something through and declare Vanitas as your target and hope sort of like your opponent's sleeping at the wheel and just lets that through, doesn't realize they really have that intercept?
I would have thought he'd have like a Snoke. I would have thought he just chose not to attack and just wait and materialize a smoke bomb for next turn, just to ignore the Frostborn Paladin the next turn. But I don't. He probably just doesn't want. He just wants to be sure that he can get an attack. His attack next turn. Because Frostborn Paladin, is currently a 3/4. It's a very strong card at the moment. Well, was anyway. Alright, just chosen to.
And we do see Stevo with the materialization of Vanitas 3, taking full advantage from the alternative activation cost as well. And here we see 3 down, 5 into 5 for the Song of Frost because of the Verdine Trinket. Gonna go ahead and stop the attack dead in its tracks right here. And this is the struggle with Diana, is if your attacks with your gun get stopped, you are a sitting duck. You have no other way to really push things through. Your allies are just there for value, just there to help filter. You don't have a strong board presence unless there's a Carter, and really he is only good on the initial first swing when you get that on enter effect from him. And so Stevo sitting very much in a commanding position for sealing this game. We're just honestly waiting for that stratagem to be drawn. There is enough floating in that graveyard right now. Additionally, we just saw a Fractal of Polar Depths be sacrificed to go ahead and fill up the graveyard even more.
See, Stevo has just milled so much floating this game. He's just getting so much value out of his material deck. Well, he just wants. It's now that he's Vanitas level 3, he can attack with the level 3 effect, where if he cards that he materialize cost 1 more. Now we've seen he's got the the Tideholder Claymore. Because there's no Nullifying Lantern, he can freely play this, and he for sure has more than 10 water cards. Because as an additional attack to use his weapon, you have to pay 10, but it is reduced by 1 for each water card element in the graveyard. So he can freely use that each turn. He's just doing, I believe, level 3 Vanitas does 3 base on his own, or is it 4? So 3 plus the 5. Yes, the 3. So 3 plus the 5 from the Claymore, doing 8 every turn.
A huge damage swing coming from Stevo. That is very disgusting to see. Vanitas wielding that Tideholder Claymore like a true villain, hitting Diana, and we're already looking at close to lethal range here. It's just one more swing from that Tideholder and just a little bit of push can win Stevo this game, secure him that. We see a little bit of a fight back with, we see a attack card come in, just going to go ahead and get that one Creeping Torment on the Vanitas, try and stem some of this bleeding. But as you said, Its materialization costs 1 more due to Vanitas, can't get that bullet, and so Diana's resorting to some old school tactics.
Now, the Seeking Shot it's a very good card, especially because here you can, if it's attacking a human ally, it gets +3 damage. But he just wants to get get whatever damage he can against on the Vanitas, giving him one of those creeping torments as well. Now we've got Stevo who's now activated another Frostborn Paladin. He's got plenty of floating to bash for the extra buff counter and the Frostborn and draw a card. But did he actually resolve that on enter? Trying to see what's happening here.
It's sort of a formality at this point. Yeah, the game is
Oh,
over.
right,
They're
okay.
just sort of speaking about the game itself. They
Yeah.
are going over some lines or some plays. It's a more of a casual tournament. So a lot of these times, these webcam players will discuss sort of the game, especially if the opponent's asking questions like, "Oh, like what was going on here? Like what happened?" And Steve-O just sort of showing like, "Hey, I could have killed you like this. I could have stopped this." You know, there's a lot of things, and Semp just acknowledging it, scooping up those cards, and learning more about this matchup in particular on the stack. It is really rough for Fire Diana, particularly. Water has always been a thorn in her side. It has been difficult for that deck to succeed, especially because Song of Frost is such a strong card. It perfectly negates her turn. She just wants to load up a gun and hit ya. And if you can stop that, Diana doesn't have much more going for her. And that has been one of the biggest struggles we've seen, but I'm super glad to see that representation go through. There is a specific time and place for her, and maybe with HVN coming out, Diana can sort of make a comeback. But let's go ahead and review that game real quick, because I feel like it moved a little bit fast here. And so, Freedom, from your perspective, where do you think was the crucial moment for Steve-O that was that like break point where it's just like, okay, now it's just more of a formality of playing the cards in the right order rather than fighting for board control and presence?
Now we're talking about game 2, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah, game 2. I think once he played his Primordial Rituals and he got pretty much the 4 floating memory into the graveyard. That I think that was probably where he could do whatever he wanted there. He could just level up whenever he wanted to. It didn't matter that he couldn't find the stratagem, but I think once he saw that, he saw his line where he can go all the way to the Claymore. But what I saw like at the end of when he showed his hand, he pretty much had an answer for every one of Diana's attacks. He had another Song of Frost. He had a Frostborn Paladin in hand. So Semper pretty much did not have a chance in this game. It was already a bad matchup for Fire Diana, but that kind of game kind of showed why.
Indeed. And I'm actually really curious on the stats of Champion Breakdown, because I want to talk about it a little bit as we go into it here, is just the representation of Diana herself and this Vanitas, because it is probably, in my opinion, not something that is as popular tonight as you would expect it to be, especially because the milled deck, we'll call it the Polar Depths deck at this point, only really lost Icebound Slam, but it has so many strong water cards that can fill that empty wound that is missing. Like Icebound was a great card for the deck because it 5 cards in the graveyard dealt damage, but even without that, we saw how powerful this deck can actually be just from value itself. It's floating memory, drawing cards, filtering through, and then in the end, you just hit your opponent with a Tideholder Claymore. Unfortunately, Semp didn't have the Nullifying Lantern, which could have made the game a different tone, but a lot of players are not running Nullifying Lantern right now, is because there was no reason to. Your material deck slot is very tight. It's hard to like fit that in here, and there's a lot of tech against it. I'm gonna start seeing a trend of these lanterns being put back into decks. I think people have now realized there's more than enough reason to run Lantern. Yes, Erupting is gone, but we have Water Erupting here, and we all need to keep those lanterns in that graveyard so we don't get steamrolled or high rolled by this Fractal Polar Depths deck.
Like, players might not be playing Nullifying Lantern like this week or this anymore at the moment because losing Icebound Slam, I think they had that false sense where no one's going to be playing Watermill anymore, you know. But yeah, like Watermill Vanitas is still a strong deck without it, without the Icebound Slams. But as well, the what is the if we just see the character the champion representation, because we saw we had a wide range of champions here for tonight's event.
Yeah, so there's a breakdown right here. We do see Sylvie, our most representative, followed by Jin and Xander, and actually Vanitas sitting pretty with 4 representation here, 7% of the total filled. And then over in the opponent, Diana unfortunately doesn't get her own section. She's lumped in with those others. But we sort of see that these champions that aren't valued as highly are still doing quite well in our matchups. I believe both those players were performing well in their own retrospect here. And yeah, it's so great to see such a wide variety of fields, especially after the ban list. I do believe the Sylvie numbers may drop off a little bit more as we progress through the meta a little bit here. But I'm more surprised by that Jin number. Where did these Jin players come from? I felt like they just came out of the woodworks. Jimmy Lee, as we saw earlier in round 2, has always been representing Jin, and of course a little bit of Tenor's earlier in the beginning. So maybe people have realized something that others have not. Maybe Jin's actually stronger now. It's all worth seeing here. We actually do see a spoiler from HVN right here, and this is a something that's going to really help Exia. Go ahead and describe to me like how this is going to be very impactful for Jin.
So one problem that Jin has. What?
We actually have a audible here. They're going to be playing that game 3. We're going to get some more action of Fire Diana into Water Vanitas, and maybe Semp got a little bit of pointers from Stevo, and Stevo's like, hey, you know, maybe you should try doing this to stop me here. So let's see how this actually differentiates from our first 2 games. Once again, for everyone tuning in, this is just a complete for fun game. This is going to be entertaining for you. This is not an official match. Stevo did 2-0. Freedom, go ahead and take us away with this.
So we've got here, I believe it was Simpa who went first. Yeah, he started off with a shield mate, stalwart shield mate, just for that early taunt, but also mainly for the floating memory. Maybe he wants to use a cremation ritual next turn. He doesn't want to. Actually. Yes, I believe we because we didn't see the game switch fast enough. It was actually he opened with Library Witch, Cremation Ritual, and then off the draws got the Shield Mate, which is a fantastic opener.
Perfect here, and we see Stevo starting with once again Fractal of Portal Adepts coming in, and they Rhyme Soul Bishop, getting those early beats on here, which very curious because that is something that the deck can do with the Frostworn Paladin, Rhyme Soul Bishop, and even the Awakened Deacon. Is if your opponent doesn't really have much defensive capabilities with allies to clear your board, you can really start adding up that damage and stacking it through. But the Rhyme Soul Bishop did take out the Stalwart due to the taunt factor that we have here. And Semp is creative shocking at the end of turn, looking for something in particular here. Or that was actually during main phase here. We already materialized Diana. And another Stalwart Shieldmate just to go ahead and stop that Rhyme Soul Bishop. And passing the turn here, Stevo recollecting GCR for materialization. Everyone loves that additional card draw. There is going to be quite a bit of contention for your Divine Relic slot now. I really think Art of War is super, super strong. And there just depends who you are, but a lot of people are valuing it over GCR. Quicksilver Grill is probably going to still be the best Divine Relic. Hidden information is very powerful in this game, but Art of War, if you're not relying on allies, seems so strong to help you get to that level 3 spike that most decks are needing. I could honestly actually see Diana run Art of War herself, but of course it requires a little bit more testing and theory crafting. Just going to go ahead and mention it as a possibility, as you know, that's what we're here for, to figure out some interesting things, lines about the game. We all enjoy it and share the passion for it, and so it's worth checking if it is something that is viable. And Stevo, gonna go ahead and get a Fractal Rain imbued here. We see 2 Torrential Blasts in that memory here. And I'm surprised that Stalwart is not getting Torrential Blasted. I know the Rhymesol can easily be there to clear it off, but who knows? Maybe you want to push in a little bit more damage. I think Stevo is playing as they have a stratagem already in hand, and so that's not really their biggest concern at this point. And we see Tidestone Bovine. This is going to go ahead and nicely fill in our graveyard. We want to see double float off the top here. Fractal and Cerulean, a very rough mill coming in, but I felt like this turn was just kind of explosive. A lot of things hit the board, a lot of key pivotal moments for Stevo building this puzzle piece, and Semp is going to have to try and respond. They did keep that Star Wars alive on the field to prevent Semp from getting that free floating memory into that level 2. What are your thoughts here, Freedom, on Semp's strategy of trying to rush to that level 3 as fast as possible?
Yeah. So sorry about that. I just had something coming up. Oops, something's just lagged. I'm just trying to. Is this the? This is the same shield mate that's on the board, I believe. Sorry, I believe I'm having some technical difficulties. Hmm. I believe there might be some connection issues from the 2 players. So,
But we could go ahead and talk about what we've seen
Mm-hmm.
on the board so far,
Okay.
right? So we're looking. Semp has a Stalwart Shieldmate, and Stevo has 2 Fractals, one of Rain, one of Polar Depths, a Rhymesol Bishop, and a Tidestone Bovine. Semp, I believe, had 7, maybe 6 cards in hand total, and just in that position, it looks very difficult to come back from there. You could attempt to Dungeon Guide. I'm not sure if Stevo has any cards in hand. I believe most are in memory, but you can Dungeon Guide, maybe run into a counter, Frozen Dismissal, or Frostbind, something like that. Or you can try and play it a little bit slower. We did see that Crimson Tear near the end before we lost visuals, and that's probably going to trade into the Rhymesol Bishop and clear off some of the board. Probably going to be, in reality, taking out that Tidestone Bovine. And we see here, yep, Crimson Tear has been turned sideways. Bovine is no longer with us on the board here. But it's just really difficult position for Diana to come back out of, because at any moment Stevo can sort of just pop off with the deck. We see Backup Charger getting that additional card. That's now going to be 1, 2, 3, I believe 7 total influence for Stevo, and that is the perfect amount for Stratagem or to play another Fractal Rain and keep a imbued Cerulean Decree in hand, something like that. On Semp's turn, do you think they're going to be pushing that level 3 immediately, since they did activate that Crimson Tear? They do have 3 in their memory, or do you think they're going to play it a little bit safer and stay on that level 2?
So, I. So looking at the board here, he's only got 3 in memory. Does he have a floating memory in the graveyard? I don't think he. Oh, he will now. He's just lost the Stalwart Shieldmate. So now he's open to. He could go level 3 conventionally, just banishing all 3. So this is what he's going to do. He is going to go to level 3. Diana. He can lineage release here, using that 1 from the Shieldmate, if he wanted to. But he needs to get rid of the Frostborn Paladin first. But Stevo has responded with the Torrential Torrential Blast and getting rid of that Crimson Tier, but he has responded with another Crimson Tier. But I don't think he can do enough damage against to the. Oh, he does actually. It is a Frostmourne Paladin. He does. It was just a 2/3. So he is open to attack. He's Lineage Release. He's got the Shadow's Twin, paid with the Stalwart Shieldmate. He's loaded with the Taser Shot, giving him dealing a 5, isn't it? 5 damage, and handing him 2 Creeping Torments. Wow.
Stevo did already go ahead and use some of the big draw power from the Regalia deck already. We've already seen Grand Crusader's Ring and Backup Charger. So as long as he stays within the means of materialization and not drawing additional cards from like baubles or anything like that, these Creeping Torments aren't going to be as harmful. You can always play a Rhymesoul Bishop or Frostmourne Paladin and choose to not activate those on-enter effects. So it's going to be very easy for him to play around that. But the question is what does Stevo have to answer this? Because the pressure from Diana is going to start mounting. If Diana gets another attack with this Taser Shot in, perhaps an Incendiary Shot in hand, materializes a Bauble of Abundance, that's going to be about 8 unpreventable damage on Stevo, and that is going to get really difficult really fast.
It does. The game, yeah, like you said, Fire Diana's game plan can start to. The damage can like kind of snowball if he gets more damage in. Just giving Stevo more of those creeping torments. Stevo's game plan is just to deal as much damage as possible, get as many creeping torments on him. It's just before before Stevo can stabilize and find a stratagem in hand. Only seeing that Stevo is on 2 and Semper is on 14.
I believe the life totals are reversed here. Stevo has the 14 damage counters on them, and Semp did just take 2 for the turn here. Stevo was whacked by the Shadow's Twin and the Taser Shot, causing a bit of a damaging issue here. But we do see that Frostmourne Paladin playing that defense. Demon's Aim coming in. Demon Aim, a great card against these pesky intercepts for Diana. Gonna allow Semp to go ahead and sneak in there through dealing damage to Stevo.
Now, Demon's Aim, a card you don't really see any at all at this stage. Put this on the bottom of your Champion's Lineage, and then your attacks gain True Sight. They can't be redirected by Intercept, and they ignore and choose targets for the sake of so units didn't have Taunt. Basically, it's like an unblockable attack. But with the inherited effect, with his champion will have -2 max health, putting Diana down to 23.
And I'm very curious what happened to that Frostworm Paladin. Did we attack directly into it, I'm assuming, as Diana here? Because it...
I didn't see this.
But we see a Fractal Polar Depths sacrificed here, adding more water cards to that graveyard. And I believe Steve was doing a floating memory count. This may just be the final turn for Semp here as we go into materialization and then recollection.
So I think he's got exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's got 4 cards in memory. He's got 1 in hand. He's got 2. He's got 1 Fractal of Rain, I believe. And that Power Cell is also a Fractal, or just a Power Cell?
I believe that is just a Power Cell from the backup charger last turn. And here we see Vanitas 3 coming straight out of the material deck. And we're going to see a big swing coming in, going to prevent Diana from getting a free bullet. You want to make her pay those additional taxes on it. She's had it too
Oh,
good
yes.
from that material deck.
I actually have noticed the Demon's Aim is in the banishment zone, so I believe it was negated by possibly a Frostbind, so that attack was negated, and Steve-O can level up to 3 without any issue.
Diana with the swing back here answering the Vanitas. We're going to get another 2 Creeping Torments, I believe, placed here, and then a backstep for that additional distance. And just seeing if this backstep is going to go ahead and resolve. Steve-O, clutch of cards in hand. Easily a Serene Decree or a Frostbind. Some consideration coming in through here.
I believe he's just going to take the damage. Yes, he has just taken that. He's going to gain 2 more Creeping Torments, putting Steve-O at currently 20. And so I think next turn, yes, Simba could just materialize a Bauble of Abundance to just finish the game off here.
A very risky and bold move indeed, but I believe Steve-O is just going to be looking to end the game themselves here. We see the title holder claimer coming out, and that is going to be a very strong swing with that Vanitas 3 coming in. And then perhaps a Refracting Missiles or a Stratagem. But Rhyme Soul, we're going to be totaling up to 20 here, or 19. And just 5 damage counters left, but a Pass of the turn and Bauble of Abundance. So Steve-O has to react before he draws on his next turn. Otherwise, those Creeping Torments are going to be doing a lot of damage. And that is going to be plenty of lethal here. Yep, Bauble of Abundance does cost 1 for materialization due to the Vanitas 3 ability on the on-hit. So we lose a Hasty Messenger. Going straight to the banishment there. And we actually don't have a bullet or anything to load into the Shadows Twins, so it's sort of just draw go and hoping that Steve-O and Steve-O showing the hand torrential galore. I believe there's a playset just sitting in the hand there. But a great exhibition match,
yes.
much closer than the previous 2 games. So Semp really did put it into gear and play the matchup a lot better than the initial first 2 games. So really great to see. It's all about learning and the experience. And so super glad we were able to see that game 3 here. And we know the round timer is getting sort of low on the end there. We're going to be taking a short break here as we get ready for our 4th and final round. And we just want to thank you guys very much for joining us for this round 3. It's always a pleasure to have you all here, and we're super excited to see you for this amazing round 4 that's going to be coming up shortly.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you all are ready for our round 4, our fourth and final round. We've had 3 action-packed rounds of gameplay, seeing 4 unique decks. We did have a mirror match in round 1, but we're going to have another very fun matchup coming here for our round 4. Before we get into that here, I just want to mention thank you everyone for participating and watching in this weekly Yeti. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you have not already. Serene Productions does a great job at bringing us grand archive content and events as much as possible. So go ahead and show some of that support here. Shout out to the Yeti server as well, with Andy and Brightwing holding it down, running these events, and making sure the tournament runs smoothly. In addition, if those of you who've missed the first couple rounds here, Saturday, February 22nd, Yeti is having a Win a Case tournament for HVN. It is going to be a huge event. Tickets are already sold out, but you can watch that tournament and gameplay breakdown right here at Serene Productions. So if you want to stay tuned for that, go ahead and hit the notification bell and it will alert you when that stream does go live, so you could see some of our top players battling out for free packs of HVN. Now, Freedom, this is the fourth and final round. You've been casting all day. What kind of match are you going to be looking forward to in this final round?
So we've seen 5 unique champions. So hopefully the next round is also a champion we haven't seen tonight. So looking at the matchup we've got here, we actually do. We've got Krells, who is playing a Water Sylvie Nico. And then we've got here Edward 3, who's playing Serene Fire Luxem Xander. Now, Valkyrie, how do you think this matchup will go?
So this matchup is very rough and difficult for Luxem Xander. This is where you want to stall, get to level 3, heal up, and build an influence so you could Lightweaver's Salt, draw cards off of some reveals, things like that. On the other hand, Nico is here to beat you down and beat you down fast. Xander uses life as a resource. However, Nico's one of main win con is going to be deck out with Ravishing Finale. So it's going to be a fun little mini game of, can Edward prevent enough damage and heal the damage they have taken throughout the game before a Ravishing Finale will come in and pretty much turn that deck upside down. And that's one of those key pivotal moments you want to look for. Both of these players are going to be on Serene Spirits, so they're going to have that little bit of an HP buffer, but Xander does not have that kill potential till level 3 with a built influence. Nico has a huge window of opportunity to go ahead and take advantage of this, so you really want to keep your eye on how fast we get to Xander at level 3 and how much influence they have when they do hit that moment.
Now, so we've had Edward, who's just gone first. I don't believe he glimpsed anything to the bottom. He just kept his hand and just immediately passed. We've got Nico here. Oh, not Nico. Krell's here, who's opened very strongly with a double Fractal of Rain. Well, now we've just had some note that from the Twitter that the new UR has been revealed finally. But hopefully we can see that, but we'll just continue with this game So we've got Edward, who's just decided to materialize the backup charger and get the power cell in the draw. I think Edward's plan, because he's playing Luxem Fire, I think he wants to probably turbo to 3, get to 3 as quickly as possible, so he can stabilize with the Luxem cards, so he just stays at zero health for as long as possible. From Krell's, I believe he's also played out a backup charger, one of the invites for nationals.
And what we do have here is Krell's with that Frostsworn Paladin. I don't believe there is a floating memory, but we see on stack of the on enter that Lost in Thought gonna go ahead and be used, and now that Frostborn Paladin gets that buff counter and the draw, it's gonna be swinging in here, and this is sort of that early game damage we're talking about that this water deck is able to provide. Luxem Xander cannot remove this early game. It's out of thieving cut range now due to that buff counter. And so the only thing you have left to do is dig and hope you can get to level 3. We did take one turn off for that backup charger and the extra influence. We do see that creative shot coming in, discarding that floating memory to get that free level up here, so you're not randomly getting rid of a card down in your memory. But this next turn is going to be a very key pivotal moment for Edward, as we're really going to see what they are going to do to help stem the bleeding from this Frostborn Paladin, which I think is probably going to be getting in there for at least 9 to 12 damage before a stabilization can occur.
Now, the currently resolving the fast cure. No, that's his banishment, I believe. So he's leveled up to level 1. He's going to use that one prep, possibly use that one prep counter, just get the thieving cut to just cycle a draw in. Edward's just currently thinking on it. It may be a thieving cut just to get the draw, or he may just thinking it is a thieving cut. So he just wants to get that draw cycle, possibly attacking Krell directly. But he does have a response. I mean, maybe. What kind of response do you think he'll do? He'll have against the thieving cut.
So there's two big possible options. One is the Serene Decree, because that -3 is going to go ahead and prevent that draw from the thieving cut, especially since it was prepared. You cannot negate the thieving cut due to it being an attack action card. So easily take that -3 to the attack and draw a card into memory, going ahead to replace that Serene Decree, prevent your opponent from drawing a card. And now Edward is in a rough spot, down a card. Usually thieving cut replaces itself, getting that draw value off of it, but you pretty much paid 2, used the prep counter, and now it did nothing. It's just a card in the graveyard to get back with the Xander level 2, but it's a very, very unfortunate situation for Edward to be in. And here we see Krell starting the mind game a little bit early. We have that Quicksilver Grill materialized, and anything can be under that. It is Edward's choice of what could be there, what to play around. And just with the deck list that we currently have accessible to us, what do you think Krell's put under there for this particular matchup?
Looking at his deck list, I would think it was probably the smoke bombs, just in case Edward wants to do something about that Frostborn Paladin, so he could just Krells can use that smoke bomb to just help keep it alive. It could be like a Mage Bane Lash. It could be a Mage Bane Lash in case he wants to get to 2, but he's currently at Serene Spirit, so we're not sure. So this might be too early. It could just most likely be a smoke bombs.
What would you consider the possibility of the thoughts of it being a nullifying mirror? Because when you're sort of looking at Edward's board state, you know this isn't Fiza or Fire Aggro Xander, and you can clearly be like, okay, this is probably going to be a Luxem thing. Sneaking a nullifying mirror underneath that grill, because now your opponent won't see you materialize it, and when they go for a big reveal, you can easily go ahead, pop QSG, get the nullifying mirror, and activate it to stop a big momentum swing.
I hadn't thought about that. I'm just trying to get the state of the board here. He's just taking damage. Well, I think he's deciding to go to just to materialize a GCR. But the nullifying mirror, he hasn't revealed what. Oh, he has now anyway. He didn't reveal what kind of Xander he was playing at the moment, because actually no, my mistake. He was playing Serene Fire, so that pretty much automatically says he's going to be Luxem Fire. But he's just got the dungeon guide down, deciding what to banish. I mean, he's banished a Creative Shock. Gonna go that way. Wondering what.
And there we actually see the Excalibur discarded from that Creative Shock. And one thing to note as well, Nullifying Mirror actually only removes the elemental. Everything in Luxem actually still benefits because Gleaming Cut is a element class bonus, and you are still norm element if the card is norm. So my previous statement of the Nullifying Mirror is probably not as viable as the smoke bombs as you were talking about. Those are some of the possibilities to explore. But Luxem Xander sort of with that reveal mechanic and the cards themselves get around that sort of tech for Nullifying Mirror, but still curious to know what is underneath there. Krell's with a very commanding board presence right now. We see Seaside Rainlinger, 2 Fractal of Rains, and a Frostborn Paladin. And Edward still on level 1, and with no allies on the field to go ahead and stem the bleeding from these attacks.
Mm-hmm. As I've seen that Dungeon Guard, I actually thought he would play. He was playing it on the board, but as it turns out, it was a banish effect from the Chilling Touch that was played a turn earlier. But Krell's now knows that he's got one, so let's see if he wants to respond. Yeah, he is currently. Oh, he's gone. He has. He's just milled 2 for the. Oh, he's milled 2 from the Fractal of Rain triggers. Well, do you think now that he knows that he's a dungeon guide, he's just going to hold and wait to see if he wants to try and use that dungeon guide?
So the problem is it's sort of a mind game when you're playing against water with the addition of Frozen Dismissal. Is you really don't want to slam a dungeon guide into it, especially if you don't have the additional 4 cards to play. But at a certain point with Luxem, you really have to take that risk and just try and push to level 3, because that's your breaking point for the game. That is what everything that matters. And these Chilling Touches, I think, have been super deadly like a sniper. Sniping a dungeon guide, I believe both times a Chilling Touch has been played and sort of been sitting there in banishment. And very like we everyone is aware. Players are aware that there's a dungeon guide on this field for Edward, and I wonder if Krell's is trying to play around that. We do see 1 Fractal of Rain kept open, along with 2 cards in hand, possibly teasing a Frostbind or something of that nature. So I'm really curious to see if Edward tries to play into this, or if they're going to take a more safe route and go into a hard level up for Luxem Xander.
I think he's gonna have. I think he's forced to hard level up because so Krell's has imbued his 3rd Fractal of Rain, and one of those cards that he imbued was a Frozen Dismissal. So he cannot. So Edward is now kind of stuck because he can't play that dungeon guide. So he's kind of now forced to play a lot slower, or and materialize level 3 the conventional way.
Yes, and we do see level 2 Xander come in and go ahead and get that Juggle Knives back from the on-enter effect of removing the 2 prep counters.
And Krell's is holding up 2 cards, and he's got 1 Fractal of Rain open, awake. Oh, so he does have a dungeon guide in hand. He does have enough cards in hand just in case it's a Frostbind, so Krell's is just going to let it go, possibly. He does, actually. On into happens. He's banished 1 Excalibur, and I believe another Luxem card. I believe it's a Juggle Knives, I think.
And we have hit that critical mass point for Xander. You are level 3. Luxem is online for you. Now the question is, what defensive capabilities do you have? You have 13 damage counters on your champion at this current moment. You're staring down a swing for 5 potentially already on that board. Who knows what is in the hand? I believe there are 2 floating memory in the graveyard, so Ravishing Finale, huge possibility just for the damage. You're not getting that Nico bonus, but it's still 6 damage counters that can be put on your champion for a very low cost here. Very cost efficient. We see a first reveal with Uncover the Plot, showing 2 Lightweaver assaults and an Incapacitate. Both of those are going to quickly ping off that Frostworm Paladin, which, as mentioned before, was one of the big issues sitting on that board. And so, no healing though, and that's something to really keep in mind, is because this 13 damage is going to be sticking for at least an additional turn, as we see with the initial reveal, and then that last card coming in from the Chilling Touch. 4 cards in memory. And we do see that Nullifying Mirror as well materialize from the side of Krell's, and now a Scepter.
Now this is interesting because he's at the end of Edward's turn, he's banished that Quicksilver Grail and revealed a Scepter of Lumina, so that he can chain that by leveling up to Silver level 1, so he can still get that trigger to deal 4 damage rather than having to use up a full materialize phase to get the Scepter. So he's able to get Silver level 1 trigger, and then he can set up to get to go level 2 next, and then well, Edward hasn't stabilized yet. He's currently at 17 damage. So that Ravishing Finale is still, what's that word? A threat. Okay, if he's not able to get to stabilize the damage, not stabilize, so stabilize and get back to as low as possible. We haven't seen any Luxem sites yet.
And here we see the Rippleback Terrapin coming in, gonna draw some cards. That Bovine easily gonna be consumed for floating memory for that Terrapin. And this ally is very difficult to remove off the side of for Edward. It is going to require a lot of pings from the Lightweaver's Assault. And I'm actually not 100% sure if the card that removes objects off the field, the
Excalibur is a spell. Yeah,
it's a spell. Okay, so yeah, Spell Shroud completely protects against that as well. So you're gonna have to rely on actions here for Edward to get rid of this Terrapin.
He's got another Frostworm Paladin. He's banished a floating, got the extra card. We've got Edward, who's decided to release his spirit, the Serene Spirit, to recover. Yeah. I believe that is decided to materialize the Insignia of the Korhazi. Just fine. Immediately using its effect. Now we're on to the reveal. We'll see what he has. Sorry. Yep.
This is going to be a big reveal here. This is going to be a big turning point for Edward to see what they have. Nullifying Mirror was activated, so Krell's is not going to be putting cards down from hand, from the trigger. But we see a huge turning point. This is going to be 2 instances of 2 be pinged out, 2 Luxem sites, and a Gleaming Cup.
Yeah. That is not a reveal you want to see, being his Edward's opponent. Had been like any other game, as soon as I see 2 Luxem sides, I just scoop.
And Edward has safely made it to level 3 with a high influence and is now healing this damage that Krell's is sticking on. And I believe in just one more turn with one more reveal of those double Luxem sites, we are in a position where Luxem Xander can start running away with this. Krell is stuck with on Sylvie, not Nico yet. We don't see a Ravishing Finale line, and as you're healed more and more with those Luxem sites, Ravishing Finale becomes less and less of a win con. It matters with the damage counters on your champion, and if your opponent just doesn't have much anymore, then it's not worth it. There's the deck's probably going to be sitting around 35, 40 cards, a little bit less depending on the amount of draw. We've seen 2 Creative Shocks and 1 Gleaming Cut banished so far. But yeah, here we go. Just an Uncover the Plot. This is going to be another 6 healed on this turn. And it's quickly getting out of hand for Krells.
I mean, what can you do in this situation? You can use the Fractal of Rains to just mill Edward's deck. But once Edward is now just going to constantly reveal those Luxem sites, he's just going to go back to 0, and Krell's Ravishing Finale line is now will be gone. He can only just push as much damage with allies, but the Lightweaver's Assault are just going to ping his allies, Krell's allies, off the board. Now that the Rippleback Terrapin, however, won't be leaving anytime soon.
Indeed, and Krells does not run stratagem in this list in particular, so it's just going to be ally damage and attacks from Nico that is going to try and seal the game. And that is, I think, one of the moments Xander really shines, is if you do stabilize and your opponent doesn't have any big burst turns, then you can incrementally just heal, draw cards, and all you need is a nice... for your combo, you need 2 Lightweaver's Assault, which we see Edward already has, and then you need 10 cards in hand to activate. You put 4 down for Lightweavers. In response to that Lightweavers, you activate an additional 1, and some big burst damage coming through there to try and finish the game. We do see the materialization of Nico, though, for Krells. We're still taking advantage of that Scepter here, but we're not sure if it's too little too late. If a Ravishing does come in now, it is a possibility that it's going to be a mill for around 36, which would be more than enough to seal out the game. But the question is, does Krells have that? We did see Ravishing Finale get milled earlier from the Fractals.
So if he can get that Ravishing Finale finish, I mean, milling 30 up to 35 or up to 40 will still impact Edward's possible draws. But however, because he's got the 2 Lightweaver's Assault and 2 Luxem sites, I don't think he needs to draw any more cards. He just wants to get 10 cards in hand. But he is going to materialize the Luxurious map. What do you think he's looking for? Possibly Uncover the Plot, another Luxem site.
I think at this point you want to perhaps get a Gleaming Cut. You're already stabilizing with 2 Luxem sites, and then you have your 2 Lightweaver's Assault. The Gleaming Cut will just speed you up towards your kill turn. But we do see Edwards healing another 6 on this reveal. Scepter is no longer going to be used for level ups here, so we're going to probably see that being banished here shortly to draw additional cards. And it might get a little bit scary here for Krells.
Now, suddenly, Sylvie Nico is more favored in this matchup. However, Edwards has actually managed to turn it around into his favor. Well, he's just going to turbocharge and sacrifice the power cell, just a one-of card. I think Edward doesn't really need to do anything in this situation.
You do have to be careful, though, about drawing cards, and we see an Uncover the Plot healer. Just to counter what I was about to say, is because drawing cards still leads into the Ravishing Finale mill plan. Even without any damage counters on your champion, Ravishing Finale hits for 6 by itself, and so that's going to mill 12 from your deck. So you really have to make sure that you don't have any additional damage on you if you are drawing those cards. I think Edward realized that with the Uncover the Plot. Gonna go ahead and heal 6, and we see that triple Lightweaver's Assault. It is very potent at this point. I believe next turn we're going to see Lightweavers being slammed down and going to go directly into Krells.
But can he play that under, because he's got them? Krells has the nullifying mirror, so he can interact with double Lightweaver's assault if it happens. Because like it's a 10 card play.
And we do see that Scepter banished to draw that additional 2. Looks like we used our 3 fractals. We didn't do anything with on our turn and put some card down. Now, Krells is opened up. We did see Edward put all the Lightweaver assaults down in memory, and which means that there's going to be no fast speed response to take care of anything. Maybe the Excalibur is sitting in hand, but it's still really difficult to deal with a Ravishing Finale. If it does come in, you've lost your fast speed, fast activation healing, which can really be beneficial if Krells is trying to go that route. And you'll start to notice as well, if Krells uses the Fractal of Range to target Edward instead of themselves, that's the exact route they're going. And they are going, waking everything up, and we'll see where these fractals are going.
Now, do you think he's gonna? I think he could play a Mage Bane, materialize a Mage Bane Lash. I think, yeah, Temptation's Facade is probably good to start off first. Then next turn he can materialize the Mage Bane Lash, because the Temptation's Facade will protect the Lash, the Mage Bane Lash from being destroyed by the Excalibur, which he is going to play immediately. But what is he targeting?
I do believe the Temptation's Facade, a new card from ALC Alter, where you on enter you draw a card, and then it's a Nico specific bonus that you can change the target of an activation that targets a non-champion to another object. It has to be a valid target, and it's a really strong card for Nico. She really relies on her Regalia, so it's a great way to protect it. I do think materializing it now sort of baits this Excalibur, which Edward immediately played into. But we
Krells has decided to destroy, to let the Nullifying Mirror be destroyed, because I think, yeah, he's going to materialize the Mage Bane Lessons, and so he still has that Temptations. Is that Facade gone?
The Excalibur on the mirror as well will allow Xander on reveal of at the Recollection to make Krells put cards down from their hand into their memory to prevent any interaction for this potentially double Lightweaver's Assault turn. And I think that is the main reason going. So Krells probably should be looking for a kill line on this specific turn. As we just count the influence here, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for Edward. So we have just enough to double Lightweaver's Assault. There is an issue, though. We are, keep in mind, Serene Spirit of Water for this Nico. So that's an additional effective 6 damage counters. Nico is technically only at 1 out of 25 damage counters if you consider that Spirit.
Now we know that like Edward has at least 5 Luxem in his memory, so Krells is gonna have to put 5 cards down. Now that the mirror is no longer there, but Krells, his influence is crazy high, so he's not gonna have a problem with 5 cards, putting 5 cards down. He's got, with the cards in his hand and the fractals on the board, I believe he's got probably 15 or 16. 3 fractals.
That is indeed a lot of influence. So many lines of play that you could take with that amount, having specific cards. And here we see a Frostworm Paladin just gonna be adding to the influence, replacing itself. Let's draw an additional card that gets further in the deck. And Krell's deck actually looking kind of thin here with the amount that's been filtered and drawn through.
At which point does this Fractal Rain start targeting Edward? Well, Krell's just going to continue to deal as much damage as possible. It's still going to get recovered back to 0, but what can you do?
Honestly, from this position, if I was Krells, you already know Edward does not have a Serene Spirit anymore. With only 3 cards in hand and the rest in memory, I'd slam a Ravishing Finale, take this mill for 24, and really put Edward in the back foot. If you're comfortable with your math and you know this Luxem kill line, you know they can only at max right now, with the 3 Lightweaver's Assault we have seen, deal 20 damage. You are more than fine to take 20 on your next turn and still survive because of your Serene Spirit.
Now, we've yet to see a Magebane Lash come down. Ed Krause is wondering what he's going to. He's put down 4. Is he putting another Rippleback Terrapin down? No. Oh, it's revitalizing Cleanse. So he's revealing 5 water cards, and for each water card, he will recover 1, and he will draw a card.
In an even more comfortable position now against the kill turn for Edward here. Just making sure to be outside of all the possible math. I believe now it has to be triple Lightweaver's Assault activated and not just 2 activations and 1 in memory here.
Because that would be revealing. 4, 8, 12, doing 12, 36?
Indeed, it would be 36 with a triple, which would be more than enough to sneak past that Serene Spirit. And we see refracting missiles and then an additional refracting missiles. A lot of damage. Those fractals really adding up here, boosting Edward already to a hefty amount of damage counters on that Xander.
Right.
Alrighty,
Yeah,
Freedom.
Edward.
We do see the materialization of that Chalice of Blood, sort of in preparation for hitting over 20. What do you think Edward's going to be looking for on this turn here? We see a little bit of finger calculations. Do you think they're going to be pushing lethal?
Well, the longer this game drags, I think in Krell's position, the longer this game drags on, I think it would favor Edward, because first he's going to do his reveal, hopefully get his mini cards out. But Krell's has his whole hand down, I believe. First, recovering down to 10. So I think Edward here can set himself up. He's ready to try and end the game if he as quickly as possible. That chalice is there is just for in preparation. It's just gonna be there. Like
there's a huge possibility for Edward to sneak a lethal there. With that materialization Chalice of Blood, you could actually stack it to where the Lightweaver's Assault deals damage to your own champion, pushing you above the 20. You can then activate Chalice in response, banishing it, drawing 2, and then using those Luxem sites to heal you back down, which should give you more than enough to get the third Lightweaver's Assault activated. But here we see the initial turn that we spoke about, the Lightweavers into Lightweavers, double Lightweavers in that memory due to the Luxera's map. So we're looking at a total of 8 base per Lightweavers, plus an additional 4 from the 2 Lightweavers being revealed from memory. So that is 12 and 12.
Krause is going to hit and lineage released his Serene Spirit. Oh no, he's already got lethal. I think these are just working out the math, but now they're sideboarding in, I believe. So 13. 12, 13. It was 26 total, so it was enough.
A big tempo swing here for Edward, managing to secure that first game here, and we're heading straight into sideboards here for game 2. And let's go ahead and take a look at some of our tech for Edward here. We're looking at Blanche, Resolute Stand, Dustlight Communion, level 1 level 3 Diana for that Dustlight Communion, Orbis Sealing, and Nullifying Mirror. In this particular instance, what do you think would be brought in against this Water Nico?
So I think he could probably he could side out a Safeguard Amulet maybe for a Nullifying Mirror just to stop those revitalizing cleansers. And also any imbues that would happen. Don't think he needs any Orbis Sealing. Won't need it. Definitely doesn't need Dustlight Communion. Oh no, you don't. He could use one of those. Dustlight Communion can also destroy a Fantasia. Destroying a Fractal of Rain will hamper Krell's milling plan. Do you think the Blanche would come into play? It would only start possibly those refracting missiles.
I don't believe Blanche would be a very optimal side in against this particular Nico, as the refracting missiles, add damage, but they're not the main win condition for the Nico. It's mostly going to be that combat damage, so it's going to be annoying. But I don't believe Edward's going to be able to take those additional turns to be able to just play that Blanche. It feels like more of a win more card for Edward when he does have a lot of influence.
And then credit to Edward for snatching game 1 in an unfavorable matchup.
And then take a look at Krell's sideboard. What do you think is going to be going in on that end?
All right. Got Lynette. So got Blinding Orb. Lynette. I think Blinding Orb is one option. Don't need a Snow Fairy. Song of Frost for those possible thieving cuts and the Luxem attack card. I just lost the name. Well, that Luxem attack card. Anyway. Mystic Fury is not necessary. The Binding Orb is an option because you can do a lot of interaction with the Quicksilver Grail if you've got the Binding Orb under it. Do you see anything else you probably sided in?
That's a good question here. Lunette doesn't really do much. Purify doesn't do much. Blinding Orb just really assists your opponent. I really feel like the most you could do is bring in Frozen Dismissals against these aggressive Dungeon Guide turns. Other than that, I think the sideboard is probably not going to be as effective in this matchup as Krell's wanted their sideboard to be.
So we've got, I believe, Krell's who has started first, and then Edward opting to go. Edward going second. Krell's is just opened with the Fractal Rain, and then next turn into a backup charger. Would he have a Fracturize for that power cell though? Instead, much you getting that getting started with a mill on attack, mill 2, targeting himself. Milled 2 cards he probably didn't want to see milled. No floating from there.
This matchup feels a little different than we previously might have known, as Xander getting Icebound Slammed was really hard to recover from. But the fact that that card is no longer around in this current metagame thanks to that ban list really means Krells misses out on that free 8 damage, because as we saw in game 1, Edward did not have anything to intercept that if there was Icebound Slam that first couple of turns, and just calculating damage on the champion, things like that, that 8 damage makes a huge difference. So maybe if Edward is able to survive once again as much as they did in that first game, they can go ahead and sneak away with a Lightweaver's Assault finisher again. Maybe Krells has to really think about playing it slightly different, maybe go a little bit more aggressive into Nico and not wait so long to level up, start building those lash counters on her and getting those free mills in as fast as you can.
Now, yeah, like because the Icebound Slam is gone, you can afford to play a bit slower. Yeah, because you're not going to get hit for 8, and then immediately be under pressure. But Krells is now he's got 2 Tyson Bovines, so he can mill 4. There we go. 1 floating that he can use, and then he's got 2 class bonus floating that he can't use now. But he can use those 2 later if he decided to use Ravishing Finale. Provided he's level 2 Nico. But Krells is just opening strong with a wide board, because early game, Luxem Xander doesn't have much of an option.
And here we see the Creative Shock into the classic discard a floating memory into that free level up. It's pretty much a fire staple at this point, is if you pass the turn doing nothing, it's assumed that you probably have that Creative Shock in hand. Xander glimpse into, I believe we're sending a 1, maybe 2, both to the bottom there. And then going to be going ahead and drawing for a turn. And one thing to mention, that this Xander deck in particular is running 2 Gawain's main deck. Something I didn't catch initially looking at that list. So it's possible that Edward is able to snipe some of the key cards from Krell's memory. And it was not shown in game 1. So if Krell sets down a Ravishing Finale in that memory and Edward just decides to go for that Gawain, it can easily prevent the blowout turn of a Nico.
I think Krells has 5 cards. He's starting off. He doesn't know that he doesn't know that Edward has a Gawain. Still continuing to mill. Milled another Fractal of Rain, a Song of Frost. Trying to mill again. Oh, bit of a skip. Please move it. Was it? I believe that was a Cerulean Decree and a Chilling Touch.
And here we see the Rippleback joining us on the field once again. Another very beefy boy is going to get that +1 from the Sylvie on enter, and then an additional buff counter off its own on enter effect. So we're staring down a 3/6 with Spell Shroud. And as we mentioned before, Excalibur is a spell, so that turtle is here to stay, and it's going to go ahead and bring Xander up to 16 already at level 1. This is that moment where we were talking about earlier, you don't want to be in. You're 3 away from lethal. You need to level up here and really hope that your opponent doesn't have an answer for the dungeon guide that you're wanting to sneak in on your level 2. Because there is lethal on board. We're looking at 5, 6, 7 damage counters directly from that. But we juggle knives at the end of turn, dealing that damage, drawing a card. Level 2 Xander getting that materialization will remove 1 prep counter, as that's the cost to get a assassin card back from your graveyard back to your hand. And we're just going to be looking for here a dungeon guide, perhaps. I do think Krell's only has 3 cards in hand, so no Frozen Dismissal online, but potentially a Frostbind.
Not a position that Edward wants to be in. He is going to play his dungeon guide. Yeah, as you see, he's no Frozen Dismissal. A Frostbind, he's got 2 to pay. 2 to pay for the cost for the negates, but he's just gonna let it go, possibly. Banishing 2 cards that Juggle Knives and a Fast Cure. He can afford that. So now Edward is now capable of, might be capable of stabilizing, but that board, that's 7 damage on the board. Bear in mind that Edward still hasn't used Serene. He hasn't released his Serene Spirit, so technically he's at 10 health. But now the Tidestone Bovines and the Ringleaders, I believe both of them are at 2 health. So if Edwards has put down a Lightweaver's Assault, he can slowly pick off each ally. Which
we see a big uncover the plot here for Edward, revealing a Luxem Sight and a Lightweaver's Assault. Gonna start dealing a little bit of damage, potentially getting rid of some allies on the board. And initially taking a look at Edward's hand before that uncover the plot, we saw a bunch of gold in there. So a lot of Luxem cards. I do see a Excalibur and potentially another Luxem Sight. Couldn't quite get a good glimpse there. So Edward, having the tools needed to stabilize this game, let's see how Krell responds to this turn, as their time frame for snipping down this Xander is getting kind of short, especially after that uncover the plot.
I believe I saw 2 Excaliburs in his hand, but we saw at least 1. Although if Krauss can't close out this game quick enough, he's going to lose his allies. He is. So Edward is going to respond with his Excalibur immediately. But I think it just got negated. It did, yes. It got negated with his Frostbind. Oof. You don't want to lose any Ravishing Finales here.
It was sort of that mention we were talking earlier. If you put a Ravishing Finale down in memory and then losing it to like a Gawain, but the fact that you lost it to a level up into Nico, hopefully that wasn't the only Ravishing Finale in Krell's hand and that they were banking on that here. But we shall see. We see all the allies turning sideways, getting right there, dealing some damage to Xander. And I believe Krell's is sitting on 5 cards in hand and 2 fractals. So we'll see if there's a Ravishing Finale coming down. It's going to be a big mill if there is. But no, 3 for a Frostsworn instead.
So he's pushed Edward to 23. So Edward can materialize a Chalice of Blood. Take that 2 extra draw. That Krauss is just going to continue. Oh, hold on. 17. Okay. But Krauss is just going to apply more ally pressure.
I'm pretty sure on this materialization, we are correct in saying that Chalice of Blood. The other option is the Luxera's map, but why wait a turn to get any card you want when you could get 2 cards immediately right off the top? Being at 20 is the perfect amount for this as well. And you know you're going to be healing a 3 from that one Luxem site in memory that we currently know of. Perhaps there's a second sneaky Luxem site that is going to be making a guest appearance on this recollection step.
What? So he has decided to materialize a chalice of blood. He's going to immediately banish that in response to the revealing triggers. The trigger to reveal. Got a, I think, did he draw that gleaming cut? I'm actually quite curious what he wanted to use that Excalibur on earlier, either for the Terrapin or the Scepter of Lumina. But we move on to the reveal: 2 Lightweaver's Assault, an Excalibur, and a Luxem Sight, and a Thieving Cut.
I wonder where these Lightwave results are going to be going into. I assume the Frostworm Paladin probably here for those initial. Oh no, we're going straight into the Rippleback Terrapin. So 4 marked on there. Curious then to see if maybe a Thieving Cut, which was revealed, is going to be finishing off that Rippleback. We do have the prep counters for that draw as well. And I think that's exactly what's going to be happening here.
Back is a 4, 5, 6. I think he's got a he can kill that Rippleback Terrapin, which he is going to do. Yep. Better to kill it now than trying to kill it. The Terrapin is extremely hard to kill. Do you think Krell's just gonna try and apply more allies down, play more allies down?
You do have to consider the options and weigh it. You are racing against the clock against the Xander deck right here.
Yeah.
We see them already have key components in hand. Now it's just a matter of influence and draw. I believe the total of 9, maybe 8 influence for Edward. The double Lightweaver's Assault, so it's all a matter of finding the last key piece to just finish off Krell's. I think we're going to see a Luxera's map materialization on next phase as well for them. And just to seal the deal. So Krell's really needs to be looking for a Ravishing Finale setup and not spending time setting up allies on the board. Because one Luxem site negates 2 of those allies or just the Frostworm Paladin attack itself. So you're half as effective with your board power as you really need it to be.
He's opted to use the Lost in Thoughts. Yeah. Oh no, it was, yeah, that's right. No, he materialized the Temptations Facade and banished 1 floating. Still looking for that Ravishing Finale though.
And all game, Krell's mills have really been not the best. We've seen a lot of big hits that you don't want to see going into the graveyard for Krell's, and a little bit lack of floating memory on those early game. Kind of making it up for it with that Fracturize, but still really unfortunate. And Edward has the answer to everything here. Another Excalibur coming in. Hopefully going to be taking out this Frostworm Paladin, which, as mentioned prior, that means that Luxem Sight in memory is just going to negate this whole attack turn, heal that 3 damage counters that the Bovine and the Ringleader worked so hard to accomplish. And counting the influence, Edward is at 7, so yeah, the game is slipping ever so quickly for Krell's. Really wants to find that Ravishing Finale. Mill that 40 would feel so good for them.
Now, using Excalibur on the Frostmourne Paladin was very smart because he can't target a Regalia because the Temptation Facade is there. The Temptation Facade cannot redirect the Excalibur from a ally to itself, as it's not valid. Still continuing to mill.
So Temptation's Facade can actually stop
Oh yes.
the Excalibur from hitting the Frostform Paladin. Krell's appears to have opted not into activating Temptation's Facade, perhaps saving it for maybe the Magebane Lash coming out or something of that nature. They just probably felt that the Frostform wasn't worth protecting, but it is a key thing to note that as long as it's not a champion that's being targeted, Temptation's Facade can go ahead and stop that if it's a valid target. If something says like destroy target Regalia, I'm sorry, destroy target ally, Temptation's Facade cannot negate that back over to itself. And it's a really cool card that came out in Alter. We talked about it ever so slightly. Nico needed this tool. Really great to see it actually seeing play now in the deck as well.
I really love this card. I did actually misread that. Yes, it was object. I forgot that everything is an object. Everything is considered an object. I believe Edward has not released his Serene Spirit, I believe.
Ooh, unfortunate. Losing a Lightweaver's Assault to the Chilling Touch. That hurts. Not as bad as a Luxem Sight would have been hit, but that is still minus that ping damage that you can see. I believe with the one still in memory, that Seaside Ringleader is going to be taken off the board, or Edward can just honestly look to go 2 damage into Nico, as we don't have the Magebane Lash on the field quite yet, due to its ability where if you are dealt non-combat damage, you recover 2, so it negates the Lightweaver Assault reveal initially.
He's using Lost in Thought for 2, banishing 2 floating. Just trying to dig for an answer. Has he milled his Ravishings yet? He's milled 1 so far. Still digging.
And another super solid reveal here for Edward after materializing the Tariff Ring. We have a Gleaming Cut, a Luxem Sight, and of course that Lightweaver's Assault. Gonna banish that Gleaming Cut, draw 2, which I think they drew into another Lightweaver's Assault, so that's gonna be a third one. Luxem Sight. And cards, both both Luxem cards are Xander standing there with light gloriously behind him, so sometimes hard to tell off the camera angle itself. But that's a Luxem Sight really going to be beneficial here for Edward.
Now, that putting down a Tariff Ring is really interesting. Making Krauls put down 2 for every attack, so that if he wants to keep milling, he's not going to be able to respond in the following turn. Well, what do you think Edward here is waiting for?
Just the influence buildup along with seeing those Lightweaver's Assaults. It is, as we know, Krell's has that Serene Spirit, so Edward is going to have to fight through that. In game 1, we saw Edward with a huge damage burst of about 31, and he's looking to do about the exact same to Krell's again, something that is unanswerable, you can't heal through it. And Krell seems to be going all cards down in memory every turn, just because Edward can't, or when Edward reveals, Krells is going to have to put things down anyways, so Krells is trying to take advantage as much as they can on their turn, play as many cards, digging for that Ravishing Finale, still well within lethal range as well.
Do you think he sided out the Nullifying Mirror for the Blinding Orb?
There is a potential that could happen. I just feel like Krells is not valuing cards in hand as much as they did prior to game one. Perhaps they had that same line of thought I initially did when commenting on Nullifying Mirror, where they were like, oh, I could stop the Luxem reveal, but then you realize that it only works for cards going down, and all the other... If the card is a norm element with like Gleaming Cut, you still banish it because you are norm being a champion yourself. And here we see that Terrafring popped.
So he's gonna have to pay 2 for every time he attempts to attack. Now, Krause does have plenty of influence, so he can afford all 3 attacks. But does he want to? He's decided to banish the Quicksilver Grail immediately. It is going to be the Magebane Lash. He's also got that Temptations Facades on the board, so he can protect. So to protect it from any Excaliburs.
That's actually a very smart heads-up play Krells did as well. Instead of just materializing the Magebane Lash, which then Edward can respond to it. I'm going to stop my train of thought here. We do finally see a Ravishing Finale coming through, and this is exactly what Krells was wanting in much earlier turns, but I don't believe Edward really has much in response to this. This is going to be a huge mill when this Ravishing Finale hits.
I don't think he has a response. He's got Vanish on side, but he couldn't play that earlier. It is. Hold on. It's 8 lash count. He's actually using Ravishing Finale, attacking with Ravishing Finale for 14. So he's not even got a mill. He's just gonna. Edward's just probably gonna die first.
There is a potential of a Lightweaver's Assault that can reveal to try and heal out of it, but 14 is a lot, and this is just a lethal swing no matter what. If you take it, you're dead to combat damage, or if you try and heal through it, and just as stated, there's a Lightweaver's Assault going to try to heal through it. As soon as just 1 point of damage of this connects, you're going to be putting a lot of that deck back into that graveyard here. And we have hit time and round, so these players are in overtime, in turns, and Krells, if they end up taking this game, will end up in a draw. But if Edward will successfully take that 2-0 and move on to undefeated for the night.
Mm-hmm.
In response to that, Lightweaver's Krells did go ahead and release that Spirit, just trying to maximize the potential of not dying here. We see a Gleaming Cut, 2 Luxem Sights, and a Lightweaver's Assault that was Chilling Touch last turn back in memory. And so we'll go ahead and move down, deal 7 to Krells, draw R2, and I'm not sure what Edward is hoping to draw here. Maybe just mitigating
I think he's trying to recover as much as possible.
But that is still 26 total
26,
due to that 14 from the Ravishing. And that's going to be it. Edward picking up the cards there. A great showing from Krells for that game 2. Stuck in it with the sort of board state he was provided. Dealt with those unfortunate mills from the Fractals and the Tidestone Bovine, but snuck in there with the end with that Ravishing Finale. And unfortunately, just with the way Yeti works, it looks like they're going to be ending with a 1-1 draw, which means that no player will be receiving that prize for going 4-0. As you know, for participating Yetis going 4-0, you get that booster box, that prize possession, those cards that everyone really wants, but neither of the players can sneak in that victory, resulting in what we have.
Wow, 3-0-1. Was a double loss in the Yeti format. 3-1. But Krell showing what Nico does, what she does best. That Magebane Ravishing Finale in combination with Magebane Lash, you're gonna be milling for at least 40, 50, I believe. At least 50. but Edwards just couldn't stabilize.
Indeed. And I actually just want to report here as well. So let's go ahead and recognize our players who did go 4-0 tonight and sort of what they were on and what they were playing. So we had, of course, Jimmy Lee 4-0 on that Fire Jin Exia. We did see that in round 2. So super cool that Jimmy did continue that win streak all the way to that booster box, along with Stevo, who was also on stream for round 3 with that Water Vanitas. And then bring it in as our last 4-0 is Comrade Coheed with Fiza. I feel like that deck just sneaks in no matter where you are. There's always someone piloting Fiza to a very proficient level and just sneaks in into like top cuts or 4-0s, something of that nature. So just to recap, we have Fiza, Fire Xander Aggro, Water Vanitas Mill, and Firejin Exia making our 4-0 appearances. We could have had another Fire deck in Luxem Xander if they had more time as well. So Fire back in a kind of dominating position for tonight's Yeti, which is really interesting to see, as I feel like Fire has been on the back burner, no pun intended, for quite a bit, especially at Ascent Santa Clara when, of course, the problematic cards were still around. But they're no longer here, and we're seeing that experiment. Jimmy Lee was always going to be on Fire Jin. We know it. That's just something they play. But really cool to see Fiza making its way through.
Yeah, like I think Fire Jin is going to be very exciting in the next set with all these new exit cards. We've still got that new UR to be revealed. We haven't seen it yet. But Pfizer will always sneak in anywhere. That always gets to the top 8.
Indeed.
What of Vanitas is a very good deck. Sorry, continue.
Of course, yeah. And I just want to thank everyone who has been watching the Yeti. Thank you so much for supporting, watching us. We want to give a big shout out to Clem for casting earlier as well. Did a wonderful job holding down the fort early on. And then we want to say thank you to Andy and Brighton, Yeti Gaming in total as well, for running these events, making sure everything goes smoothly. Thank you guys so much for hosting that. It is awesome. And then one final reminder to all of you who are still with us here. Saturday, the Win a Case event hosted by Yeti, streamed by Serene Productions. First place, you get a case of Haven. The event is sold out, so unfortunately you're not able to participate. But if you want to watch this action happen live here at Stream Balance Production, you're going to be joined in Swiss by Clem, Freedom, who's with us here tonight, and Garrett. And then our top cut, we're going to see Clem coming back along with Herman. So some great names going to be casting on Saturday. I'm looking forward to watching it, tuning in. I hope you guys are as well. It's going to be action packed. We're going to see unique decks, and this is the event where people are going to bring the spice. People want to win that case of Haven. Who wouldn't want a free case of cards? And even for those who are participating, you get an event pack, a non-foil, for being the first 50 participants who signed up in general. So, Freedom, with that being said, do you have any closing thoughts about tonight's Yeti?
I really like that because post-ban, people are now playing the decks that they want to play. You know, Fire Jin, Ixia, great deck, great finish. I love the OTK. Obviously, there's still that problem of like, oh, Song of Frost, but people are playing it now. Water Vanitas is a deck that is still just as strong, even without Icebound Slam. I'm looking forward to this Saturday. It's Sunday for me, but yeah, this Saturday.
Awesome. Super glad to hear. And I just want to give a thank you very much for joining us on Commentary tonight, Freedom. It was great to have you. And one big special shout out to our production behind the lines, the ones holding the fort, changing the screens, adding those cards, doing life totals. We had Once in Love in the back doing an amazing job. And with that, y'all, I'm Valkyrie, and I'm joined with here
Freedom X15. Thank you very
and we
much.
appreciate you guys for tuning in and hope you have a wonderful rest of your night and take care.
Bye.